Welcome new and old friends. My name is 2482, and today I've got a compilation for you, putting all those Halloween treats in one spot for you. So remember to like, share, subscribe, and comment. Now turn off your lights, make sure your doors and windows are locked. Things are about to get spooky. I probably shouldn't have left my coworker alone. But I just need a break from his constant complaint about how depressing his life was. I really shouldn't have left him alone, I thought as I found the cockpit door to be locked from the inside. Whales from the Void by JayStories1. First known section of the tablet. Any who found this, I know not why you are here. Perhaps it's chance, or perhaps you followed the same signal we did. If you are reading this, illegible. Our response was the same. When the signal reached us from across the stars, we went. This was not the first such message we received. Protocols were in place, and we followed them. It was the year 4257 by our standards when this particular signal was detected. Like always, it was a communication to the cosmos. It was the species' first attempt at communication among themselves. Even so, it was an indication of intelligent life. Our ship was launched. Each time we detected a civilization, we were hopeful, optimistic that we were not alone in the void of space. Unfortunately, we have always been disappointed. The signals, electromagnetic waves, travel slowly through space. Once such signals reach our sensors, they are millions of years old, if not older. Still, we have responded to every signal thus far. The first one we couldn't hunt down. Our receptor technology advanced faster than our spacefaring. History told us that we tried to respond, but received no answer. It wasn't until the year 2874 that we had reliable space travel, and not until 3752 that we had faster then. Intelligible. Tablet broken. Proceeding to next section. We had no neighbors. All we found were broken world devoid of life. Some wrecked by war, others famine, many pestilence. Desolate world after desolate world filled with the bones and carcasses of its former inhabitants. Only fading signs left of that once glorious civilization that were built there. This led the signals we received to take on a rather morbid epithet. We called them whales. Which leads to me. Who I am is not important. I am the captain of the ship that followed the whale here, to a small world in a small galaxy. It is my responsibility to leave this memorial, as we have left them on so many other worlds. A sign that life once flourished here, and that it still does in another part of the cosmos. Our scientists say this world was once green and blue, that life, carbon-based, thrived here. The dominant species was a group of bipedal primates. They called themselves humans. Their world, wrecked by pollution, eventually gave out. It had almost happened to us. We were too late to save them. They were a noble species. Studies indicate a strong familial bond as well as robust communities. They were just beginning to leave their planet. Intelligible. So we leave this marker carved into element number 22, atomic weight 47.867. On this world, it was called titanium, the most robust material we can mine from the geography. This record, written in our language and many of theirs as we can translate is left from others who might come here, we have. You are not alone. This universe holds more than death. You are not alone. Coordinates to our unintelligible tablet broken. This small tablet was recovered on an uninhabited world orbiting a small yellow star in a spiral galaxy on the edge of Sector 215-648-329. The tablet was recovered in pieces. This was a recreation with all the pieces found. No other portions or whole tablet was located. Location of the tablet's creators not found. No other signs of life or civilization were found on this world. This remains the only sign of interstellar life outside our own species. As I dragged the screen prince across the checkered floor to the altar on the other side, he yelled out, "Why?" "The rules are always clear," the bishop said as he pulled out an old knife. "If we send a pawn to the other side, we can bring back a queen." Invasion by Sean E. Britten. Narrated by 242 with special guests, limited stories, and the Night's End podcast. Mr. Tolman? Mr. Tolman, can you hear me?
What? Where am I? What's happened?
Mr. Tolman, can you hear me? Do you know where you are?
Of course I can hear you. I don't know where I am. No.
How is your vision? Can you see how many fingers I'm holding up?
Are these handcuffs? Why am I wearing handcuffs?
Mr. Tolman, our time is short. Please answer my questions.
2. You're holding up 2 fingers. Have I been in some kind of accident? Are my family okay? My wife's name is Kamala, and I have 2 little girls.
As far as we know, they are alive, Mr. Tolman, but they're not in this facility.
What happened? Was it an accident?
Let's go with that for now. Mr. Tolman,
You can call me Phil.
Fine, Phil.
I didn't get your name.
My name is Special Agent Allison Mathers.
Wow, special.
Mr. Tolman, Phil.
Can I get these handcuffs taken off, please?
We need to leave those on for the moment.
Am I in trouble?
No, not exactly. But we need to leave them on until you answer some of our questions.
Who's he? In the corner.
This is Special Agent Tolton. Phil, I need to ask you some questions, and then we can resolve the handcuffs. Maybe we can see about getting you something to eat and track down anything we know about your family.
Okay. I am kind of hungry now that you mentioned it. But I don't understand.
Mr. Tolman, Phil, you just woken up from a long sleep. It is important that you tell me the last thing you remember.
Jesus, it's all kind of a blur. We were driving somewhere. We were all together and we were driving somewhere. Me, my wife, and the girls. Is that what happened? Were we in a car accident?
Do you remember where you were driving?
That's right, the meteor shower. We were gonna go watch the meteor shower. We got there and parked, and we were looking for a place to put a blanket down. There were way more people than I was expecting. It was supposed to be pretty spectacular. That's what they said on TV, right?
That's good, actually, that's really good. Do you remember anything after that?
After that? Was there something after that? I don't... Maybe? It's weird. Kind of like remembering something when I was drunk.
Phil, can you close your eyes for a moment?
Close my eyes?
Close your eyes, and Phil, I want you to imagine a light all around you. Imagine it's almost like your skin is glowing.
A light?
Some of the other survivors have described it like that. A light, it's kinda hot and cold at the same time. First it's on your skin, but then it's inside you. Imagine it making its way inside you.
I remember something.
That sounds familiar?
Yeah, it's like hurt, but it was a good kind of hurt. Like in your muscles after a big workout. What happened? It came from the meteor shower, didn't it? I remember the lights in the sky, and then the lights were falling, and it's like they were touching us.
Phil, keep your eyes closed. Hold on to that feeling, okay? Remember that light inside you. You are doing really well.
Oh God. I remember the light was inside my head. It was like it was pushing me out. Like there wasn't enough room for the both of us. It was pushing down on my bones, my stomach, my brain. I felt heavy and weightless, and like I wasn't in control.
Other people have described it like that too. You're doing very well. What do you remember next?
I don't understand.
Phil, please, we don't have a lot of time. If you want to help your family, I need you to remember.
Kamala, the girls, they were there, but it's like it didn't matter anymore. Like they weren't any more important than anyone else, I guess. Everyone in the park. We were all moving in the same direction. The lights was inside of them too. Oh God.
What is it, Phil?
I heard someone. I'm so sorry, oh my God. Is that why I'm in these cuffs? I had my hands around his throat and it wasn't me. I wasn't in control. You have to believe me. It's like I couldn't hold on to anything. My mind kept bouncing through time and I couldn't hold on. Was it some kind of drug? Some kind of biological attack?
Yes, some kind of attack. Phil, I need you to keep remembering.
No. What is this? What happened? What happened to my wife and daughters?
Mr. Tolman.
No, I'm not answering more questions until you tell me what happened.
Phil, you're right. This was an attack. This was an attack, but it wasn't biological. It wasn't earthly. It came with a meteor shower. It targeted large groups of people who were outside to watch. Some describe it like rain, like pure white rain of light that started falling on people. And it changed them.
No. You're saying aliens? Is that what you're saying? That's crazy.
If you have any other explanation on what you remember, Phil, believe me, we'd be only too happy to hear it.
This is an invasion?
The light changed people, and we've been fighting them, fighting you. We have brought you out from under the control, but you need to answer our questions before your memories of that time fade out of your head.
How long?
It's been 15 days since the meteor shower. Now, please, Phil, what do you remember next?
It's really been 2 weeks? It was a police station. That's where we went first. And then a gun store. They wanted weapons. I don't know. It's like when I was there and everyone else was there, I could feel them. I could feel their memories. But the light was so much bigger and stronger than all of us. No one was giving us orders. We just all decided to do the same thing at the same time. I don't know how else to describe it, but I think it was using our memories to figure out where we get the weapons and the vehicles and where to hide. It's really been 2 weeks?
You said hiding. Where have you been hiding?
Underground, I think. It's dark.
Do you remember where we picked you up, Phil? We know you, or the light, those being controlled. We know you've been using the subway.
Right, the subway. That makes sense.
Do you remember any signs, any writing, anything that might indicate where your main base was?
Brighton Street. I remember a lot of warning signs. Maybe construction. And the museum stop?
The controlled have been taking people. We know they're holding them somewhere. Do you remember seeing any big groups of people that were not controlled but were being held?
Why would they do that? Why would they take people?
Phil, please, we don't have a lot of time here.
Why do you keep checking that? Is there a timer? What's gonna happen when the time runs out?
I told you, the memories of your time being controlled don't last very long. Soon you'll forget everything after that meteor shower. Now tell me what you remember.
Museum. The museum stop. Some kind of underground? I don't know. I think they were building some stores and parking near there. Construction? We were keeping people trapped there.
You're doing really well, Phil. Better than about 90% of the people we've talked to. Do you remember anything about how you were getting past the barricades, past the quarantine?
No, I don't think I was a part of that. I stayed in the city and the tunnels.
Do you know what they were planning? What their next move was going to be? Remember the light, Phil. Remember what it felt like.
No, it didn't. It didn't work like that. There were no plans, no thinking about the future. It's like everyone made a decision at once and you just did it. There was no you or me anymore.
Agent Mathis.
Oh wow, he speaks. Your friend speaks.
Agent Mathis, I'm afraid we're out of time.
Phil, I'm sorry. Is there anything else you can remember?
It's all 2 weeks? It's really been 2 weeks? It's all bits and pieces what he's talking about though. I can still remember stuff.
I'm sorry, Phil. We could only bring you out from under their control, but it's only temporary right now. It's only temporary, and it only works once.
Is that a gun? No, I told you everything.
I know, I'm sorry, Phil. It's a hive mind. The light, it's a hive mind. We need all the intel we can get, but we can't let it know we've taken you.
Don't do this, please. My wife, my girls.
I promise you, Phil, we have no intel on them. They have not been killed nor been captured as far as we know. If we find some way to revoke the hive mind permanently...
You can't do this!
I'm sorry. Agent Dalton, please.
No, please.
I didn't cry when she said she was leaving me or when she walked out the door. I just clicked terminate on the digital chart and entered the notation. Amanda, number 46, unsuccessful. Salvage genetic material for analyzing prior to next clone generation. After a grueling 12-hour shift and a tasteless meal and a long bus ride home, I stumbled into my tiny, dark apartment, opened a beer, and collapsed on the couch in front of the TV. Tomorrow, it will be the same, and the day after, and the day after that, and the day after that, and the day after that. Guardian Angels by CaterpillarPuzzled32. I've told this story many times to others that are non-believers. I'm sorry if there's any spelling mistakes due to English not being my first language, and I also want to mention that this is my first one, but here we go. Before I start telling the story, I want to tell you about the dog my grandparents had. Her name was Billy, and we were one soul. She died at a really young age due to kidney failure. And to understand how close we were, we did everything together. I even understood when she wanted to tell me something. I never experienced something like that with an animal, but she was very special. And the most important thing that has to do with this story is that she always wanted to protect me. Now to the story. As a child, I practiced handball for many years. I always walked to my practices, and to go there, I had to cross a street. I crossed this street thousands of times before, but sadly, a lot of people don't care about the speed limit and go a lot faster. My mother made me very paranoid about crossing streets and getting hit by a car, so I always checked multiple times if a car was coming or not. So little me checked if there was safe to go, and when I was sure no car was coming, I went my way. As soon as I stepped foot on the road, a car was racing towards me at very high speeds. My 7 to 8-year-old self honestly thought at that moment, okay, that was it. I'm going to die. Until I felt 2 strong arms wrap around my stomach and a tug on my leg. I was now back on the sidewalk and the car flew by. Someone saved me, I thought in my head. With tears in my eyes, I turned around to thank the person that just saved me from death, but there was nobody, not a single soul. The weird thing is that normally there are always people walking by or cars driving past the street, but not this time. I was very confused and went home totally forgetting where I was originally heading. As I walked into my flat, my mother looked at me and said something about me looking like I'd seen a ghost. Well, I guess kinda. I told my mother what happened, and she said that one of my guardian angels must have saved me. She told me about my great-grandfather had passed away before my birth. That night, I dreamt about a man with a big, bushy eyebrows and my dog Billy next to him. So I went up to him to say hi and thanked him for taking care of my dog. Some years later, I finally saw a picture of my great-grandfather for the first time ever, and I was shocked. He was the man I saw in my dream that night. I truly believe that they saved me that day. I was shocked when the doctor told me I was technically dead for 3 whole minutes. Time moves quite differently in hell.
I saw something that I wasn't supposed to see. Posted by 6,081 miles.
Narrated by P.A. Nightmares.
I was once working as a receptionist at a 5-star resort that's about 45 minutes away from the city center. Everyone who has worked in tourism and or hospitality knows that there are certain periods during the year where it's busier than usual, i.e. peak season. The incident happened during peak season. The resort was overbooked and guests were checking into their rooms one after another at the reception counter. I was almost done checking in as a lovely couple when I saw a family of 5 standing behind them, and I tried to finish up the whole check-in process so I could assist the family that was next in line. You must be thinking when I said family of 5, it's the parents and the 3 kids, right? But it's actually 2 kids and 1 elderly woman, who at the time I assumed was either the husband or wife's mother. Now, the resort's policy was to get the details of every guest that was staying in the resort, and it's for good reason, safety. It's the same reason that all the airlines are doing when they obtain their passengers' information. So I told the husband that we need everyone's details, and he just said, sure, no problem. And of course, I was expecting 5 names on the registration form. By the time I realized that there were only 4 names, the family was already at the concierge area to pick up their luggage, and then left to go to their room. I couldn't go after them as I was assisting another guest. Like I said, it was peak season, so all I could do was just watch them from afar, walking towards the elevators, then disappearing from sight. The whole time they were walking, the older woman just followed them from behind quietly, but I didn't give much thought to it. I went right back to assisting the guest that was right in front of me. After the buzz had died down, at around 4 p.m., I decided to ring the family's room to inform them that they were missing details. The husband came down to the reception alone, and I told him I needed the info of his or his wife's mother's info. The man just stood there, stared at me for what felt like a minute, and said, "It's only my wife and I, and our 2 kids. Me being confused obviously said, "But, sir, I saw that there were 5 of you." At this point, I thought he was lying to avoid paying for a third person's charge for one of the rooms. They got 2 rooms, and one room only had enough amenities for 2 people. Same goes for the buffet breakfast that's included. He took another minute and asked me what did this elderly woman look like, to which I explained that she had gray hair and it was short, like a bob haircut. I also told him that she was wearing this red Chung Sam shirt, similar to this, with long black slack pants. Right after I told him that, he quickly took out his phone, frantically scrolled for a few seconds, and showed me a picture of the same woman in the same clothing, lying in a coffin that had a clear glass cover so you could still see inside. I just nodded slightly, and he said it's his mother. She died unexpectedly a few months ago. I was, to no surprise, too shocked to say anything at this point, but somehow managed to mutter the words, "I'm so sorry for your loss, sir, and I'm so sorry about this." He said it was okay, gave me a small smile, and left without saying anything. When they checked out 2 days later, we just pretended like the whole thing never happened. Luckily enough, the elderly woman was not there. Still get goosebumps just thinking about it to this day.
"I'll be your server," she said as she placed a menu before me on the table. My blood ran cold when she smiled at the empty seat across from me, set down a kid's menu, and walked away. What Could Have Been by Gears19925. Narrated by Papa Scare.
When I was a kid, I'd see all sorts of shit in the house I grew up in. Talking full-body shadow figures that my dogs could see and react to, too. Footsteps up and down the basement stairs all night every night. The company could hear and ask about. Even one night while my friends and I were playing pool in the basement, a random basketball bounced from a shelf on one side of the room around the corner to the pool table and just stopped to just roll underneath the table, in full view of everyone there. My friends who were there still talk about that one today. My mum and grandma both had their own experiences. Everything from my mum being pushed down the stairs to my grandma having the TV remote flung out of her hand. Despite all that, I've always been a harsh skeptic. The only room in that house safe from the nonsense was my own room. My girlfriend, now wife, experienced it in the house before the fire. And she used to say she was afraid of the house apart from my room. That there was a very clear barrier that my own space had. I had another friend say something similar to me at one point. The only safe space in my house was whatever room I happened to be in. This particular friend was bigger and older than me. When the house burned down and they rebuilt, my girlfriend, now wife, was living with me and my family. She had a run-in with something much more aggressive. She sat at the computer in the kitchen facing away from the table, working on her resume. I was in our room playing some game. She thought I was coming up behind her, so she turned around, only to come face to face with a full-formed shadow that actually had a face she could see and describe. She screamed and I sprinted out to her from down the hall. As I got to the kitchen, I could also see it. It darted from the kitchen, across the living room and made the blind smack the windows hard as it vanished through the front of the house. From then on, she was never alone while we stayed there. Scared her bad enough to not feel safe going to the bathroom without me being in the room with her, and she'd choose to hang out in my car while I was working over staying at the house. We've never had any more experiences anywhere else that we've lived. It's only paranormal because we can't scientifically describe and break down the individual occurrences. I don't know why we experienced so much of these weird events on that property, but clearly, whatever it was didn't like me. It was only ever willing to watch me from further away, whereas those that lived in the house with me were fair game to mess with directly. Perhaps you have a similar barrier to these things. They don't happen directly to you because whatever it is can't be near you.
I've been tracking the serial killer for over a decade, almost losing my marriage, my job, and my house. But now I knew I was close. As I pored over the maps, notes, letters, and photographs pinned to the garage wall, I looked at one, noticing something odd when my wife's voice whispered in my ear, "Well, now you know." Is a demonic entity stalking my son? By SituationPristine308. I have a major question. To start, I've been completely open to anything paranormal and have even captured pictures and recordings before. However, nothing ever affected me, nor have I seen anything with my own two eyes before. Okay, to start, I'm a new father. My son was born at the end of June, and we got to bring him home to our apartment in July. We have lived in our current apartment for around 6 months and haven't experienced any paranormal activity until we brought our newborn son home from the hospital. Not long after we brought our son home, the first thing that happened was me and my wife were talking in our bedroom, when out of the corner of my eye, I see a white ball of light leave our closet and shoot straight into the floor, and we are on the second story. At first I didn't say anything. I finished my sentence and then I looked over towards the closet. My wife noticed I was looking that way, and then she asked if I saw the same thing as she saw. And yes, we saw the exact same thing. Since then, not a lot has happened. We would find doors and cabinets open or closed when we don't remember leaving that way. Now, before I get into why I'm writing this, I want to say that we have 2 cats that we've had for 4 years. They are amazing cats that are insanely nice to us and strangers. Yesterday I woke up with the back of my neck stinging really badly, so I stood up and felt it, only to feel 3 marks on my back of my neck. My son is asleep in his crib, and my wife is awake at the time, sitting next to me reading. Our cats weren't anywhere nearby. My wife sees the scratches, and at first we blow it off thinking it had to be the cats. However, the more I thought about it, the more that didn't make sense. In 4 years, my cats have never scratched me. My cats sleep with us here and there, but they never go above our hips on the bed and enjoy sleeping in between me and my wife's legs. Also, why did I just now start to feel it if my cat scratched me beforehand? Now confused, I asked my wife to take a photo of the scratches. When I saw the picture, I ended up with more questions. There were 3 lines, 2 running down my neck, then 1 going alongside my neck at the bottom of the other 2 lines. It's almost the shape of an L, or maybe a V? I'm posting this curious if anyone has ever heard of any demonic or evil spirit that follow newborn babies home. I'm hoping to hear I'm overthinking things and everything is okay. But I want everyone's honest opinion for what I should do from here. Thanks for listening. And there's also an update. I did a small amount of research, and after reading a few people's suggestions, I went to try and do something about the situation, just in case it was a demonic entity. I didn't have nor knew where to get sage, but I did see that sometimes just the smell of sage can help. So I went and bought some sage-scented incense and began burning that throughout the apartment. If anything, honestly, this made me feel worse. I felt more tired and drained after doing this. In the early 90s, my grandma and grandpa would go and assist a pastor in cleansing and a few exorcisms, so I decided to give my grandma a call and describe everything that had happened. She wasn't positive if it could be, but talked me through a small prayer to say while on the phone. After I got off the phone, I decided to go and take a shower. Mid-shower, all the bulbs and lights in my bathroom went out. That evening, me and my wife laid in bed over in the direction of the son's crib. We heard a young boy's voice clear as day just say, "Hey!" After the increased level activity, I went over to my grandma's house and talked to them. They'll be coming over the next week or so to do a cleansing. I'll keep everyone posted after that. Thank you for all your advice and support. I really wish I'd paid more attention to my girlfriend, I thought as she started levitating in the air. Maybe then I would have known what our favorite song was.
My Dead Roommate by Therapy Chick.
Narrated by P.A. Nightmares.
We moved into our first home in February of 2016. It was an old home, built in the early 1900s, in the historical part of town. I loved it. All of the hand-carved woodwork and glass doorknobs with skeleton keys. It was exactly what I wanted and perfect for myself, 22 female at the time, and my husband, 27 male at the time. I was 3 months pregnant with our first, and we were so excited to start our family. We got all settled in. We noticed the house was very noisy. I rarely have my home quiet due to having tinnitus and always needing some kind of background noise to drown it out. On the rare occasions the house was quiet, there always was a lot of creaking and mostly moving coming from the loft-style attic we had. We shook it off to the house settling and being old. At least, that's what my dad told us. So we moved on. Spring came and we were scrambling to get ready for the baby. The house needed a lot of work, but we were determined to get it done. The first major encounter was on a beautiful spring day. It was the weekend, and my husband and I were spending our day off working on the house. I was cleaning the kitchen, and he was working on my car in our detached garage. The way this house was built, you could see the detached garage from the window that's above the kitchen sink. I would glance out every now and then to see what he's up to. A little time passed, and I hadn't looked out at him. I started doing the dishes when I heard him walk in the living room towards the kitchen. I could feel his presence, and without turning back, I said, "Hey, babe." No answer. Wondering why he didn't answer, I looked back over my shoulder, only to be met with a dark silhouette of a man standing between the living room and the kitchen. In the blink of an eye, the figure was gone. Unsure of what I'd just seen, I yelled through the window for my husband, who was still in the garage. He came in, and frantically I told him someone was in the house. Immediately, he went and grabbed his weapon and checked all over the house. Nothing was there. In all the years we lived in that house, not once did my husband see our roommate. I saw him all the time, out of the corner of my eye, peeking around corners, but more than anything, I saw him looking into the living room from the staircase that led to the attic. In the beginning, he frightened me, but after a while, I got used to him being there. I even spoke to him sometimes, telling him I'm okay if he stays in the attic and asking him to leave my baby alone. He seemed to have agreed, since in the 5 years my son lived there, he never saw him. When we went to sell our home, the realtor brought us some historical information she found regarding the house and our neighborhood. We found out that our house and our neighbor's house was built by a brother and sister. Our home was the brothers. The last name was the same as our current neighbor, so I figured he was most likely a descendant. I asked him one day, and he told me that the sister was his mom and his uncle owned our home. He said he was a kind man who lived alone and died in the home many years ago. I asked him about the attic, and he said that was his uncle's favorite place in the house. He kept all of his trinkets and projects up there and would spend hours working on things. I didn't tell him I believed my house was haunted, as he didn't seem like the type who would believe me. Our home was listed and sold within the same day. Sometimes I wonder about the man in the attic, if the new owners are nice to him or have even noticed his presence. I hope they give him his space, as they are only passers-by in his home like we once were.
As the Grim Reaper entered my home, I fell to my knees and begged him to let me stay. In silence, he slipped past me and opened the door to the nursery. I believe I'm experiencing something, and I don't know if I'm going crazy or if I should be worried. By Aggravating-Cup-5291, narrated by Papa Scare.
Second time trying to type this because the first time didn't save before I finished. I'm on mobile rushing this, so ignore any grammatical mistakes. Ever since my earlier years in life, I believe I experienced something, twice. And now, after many years of not, I think I am experiencing something again. My first two encounters happened when I was around 13 or 14 in middle school. Not as close to each other, but same year, same house, same room. The way my room was set up was I was sleeping on the top bed of a bunk bed with my older sister on the bottom. The beds were placed against the wall and a window. My very first encounter was at night/early morning. I remember waking up around 4 or 5 a.m. and was half asleep in a way that I wasn't visually seeing anything, but I was hearing sounds like running water and sounds of birds. Ultimately, something peaceful. I remember just relaxing to the noises when, all of a sudden, I felt two fingers pressing against my neck. Sort of like checking a pulse, but not laying the fingers flat, just poking the area very firmly. I was still half asleep and was very confused because the fingers were coming from the side of the wall and window, which was closed with the blinds down. I remember physically grabbing the fingers and feeling them. They felt like they belonged to an adult, and I knew they weren't mine or my sister's because I remember specifically feeling nails. They had long nails that felt like acrylics, which neither me or my sister had. The only person who did was my mother, who was asleep in another room. When I processed that, I remember becoming startled and jumping up. As soon as I forced my eyes open, all the sounds stopped, and I was almost out of breath. Nothing was there. My second encounter was later that same year. Same room, but different setup. We took the bunk bed apart and placed mine against the wall, with the window by my head. It was also at night when I woke up. I don't remember the time, but I remember watching YouTube videos and at one point, just laying back and closing my eyes. My mind wanders, and I remember thinking, I wish I had more friends. And at that very moment, I noticed something hover over me, because even with my eyes closed, it got darker. I tried moving, but it was like I was being held down. I remember just squirming, but that was all I could do. My body couldn't move and I couldn't open my eyes. Then, I started hearing a screeching, staticky sound coming from my right ear that was facing the wall. It started quiet, but got louder and louder, to the point it started to hurt my ears. I remember thrashing, and at one point, it all stopped, and I threw myself up. I was sweaty and out of breath, and like before, I didn't see anything. These two moments scared me shitless, and I haven't experienced anything again up until now. Currently 17, around 18, but different house, different city and different people. I think I'm experiencing something, but a part of me feels like it's just me and my imagination, especially since both of these moments were so much closer together within the same month. The first one was at night. My room is set up to where my bed is set against my wall with my mirror above my bed, and my desk across from my bed. I remember listening to music with my LED lights on, and I was just pacing. I looked at my mirror, only to see a black figure behind me. I got scared and turned around, but nothing was behind me, and when I looked back, nothing was in my mirror as well. So, I thought it was just me. But my most recent experience happened a couple of days ago, and now I just need closure and confirmation that there's even a small chance I'm not crazy. I was changing in my room facing my closed closet. I have a window below my bed, and had my blinds closed, but was where if someone were to pass by it, a very thin shadow would move across my closet door. This was in the middle of the day too. Again, I was changing and noticed a small shadow moving across my closet door. I was curious and looked at my window and saw someone passing by, and after, I looked away and went back to changing. I then noticed another shadow, except it wasn't a thin line or was moving. It was a shadow of full body. It looked like a male, skinny, hair to the neck, and a little over 5 foot from what I saw. And it was like as if someone was shining a flashlight behind someone, that type of shadow, which was impossible because of how my blinds are. The real kicker to this? It waved at me. So me being confused because that wasn't me, I looked towards my window to see if something was there, even though it would be impossible for anyone to make a full body shadow. And shocker, I see no one. Not even someone passing by. I got so confused, I looked back and the shadow was gone. At this point, I'm constantly thinking about it, and I feel like I'm going crazy. I'm scared. I'm going to start having more scary experiences. Is there a chance it's just me? Is there a possibility it might be something else? If there is even a chance, how can I protect myself? Literally, anything can help. I just need advice and clarification. I'm literally trembling writing this, with my heart pounding.
I frequently stay late in the office so I can catch up on work in peace and quiet, but tonight the night guard knocked on my door and told me to go home immediately. I said I would go and tried to act normal as I packed my bag, pretending I didn't know that our office didn't have a night security guard, and that I didn't notice the blood on his shoes. I Won't Drive Again at Night Alone by anormalgirly. I know I always say that I'm an overprotected child, and I am, but sometimes I have my freedom, but that only lasts a while. Some time ago, me and my family went to a city close to ours to visit family. Everything was fine, we had lots of fun, and I saw my cousins that I hadn't seen for a while. We decided to go camping but returned to my aunt's home some hours after, a little traumatized. That's another story. But more than traumatized, I was intrigued and I wanted to see and explain what happened in the woods. So I begged my mom to let me stay another day. She said that she and my dad had to work the next day. I was on vacation, so I didn't have school. My aunt then interferes and says that I can stay and that she can take care of me. My parents trusted her. Bad idea. My aunt was a remarried woman, and the guy she married, it was not much to my family's liking. He had a lot of money, but he is very arrogant and selfish. Once we did a party to celebrate my great-granny's 99th birthday at my aunt's house. He got mad and kicked us all out. We didn't even get to sing happy birthday, but luckily he was on a business trip and we were alone. I always feel something off about him. Everything was good. My cousins and I tried to return to the woods to continue investigating, but for some reason we got there feeling like we were not going to make it. So we decided to return and go to the cinema. When we get out, it's almost 10 p.m. I call my parents to tell them that I was still there and wasn't on my way. They said it's okay, but if I was returning home, better do it next day because it was really late. It should be clarified, my mother left me her car so that my cousins could return me since his car broke down in the accident in the forest. My mother left hers just in case. Me, as a very stubborn child, decided to still return that night and don't obey. But first, I needed to say goodbye to my aunt and go for some things I left there. At the time we arrived to the house, I only heard shouting from inside the house. One of my cousins covered my ears, but was in vain. The husband, we'll call him Chobi, was home. When he saw me there, he freaked out. He started yelling at me that I shouldn't be there, I was not family, and etc. I explained to my aunt I was taking my leave. She said the same thing my parents said, and I was about to agree with Chobi interfered and said that I wasn't allowed to stay in his house for the night and that I should return home. I obeyed him because I fear Chobi. There's something weird in him that creeps me out. When me and my cousins were about to go out, Chobi again interfered and said that I'm old enough to be by myself and drive a car. It should be noted that I'm 16 years old and I'm just learning to drive. But since it was night on a not so busy road, it could go well. He didn't let my cousin or my aunt come with me, they fear him a lot. He once slapped her. Yeah, maybe Chobi gives you everything you need and maintains you, but for that you need to obey him. If you don't, bear with the consequences. So I packed my things, put them in the car. It was a short drive, like 2 hours. If I go, I could arrive at 12 a.m. and surprise my parents, because they still worried for me. So my aunt walked with me to the car and apologized for the 3rd time. I started to drive and everything was fine. I was slow because I'm still learning. But shortly before it had been an hour on the road, it started raining very hard. The truth is I felt happy because my city is in a drought, so a rain was something miraculous. So I slowed a little bit more just to be cautious. But for some reason, I got lost. I didn't know where I was anymore. I called my aunt, but nothing. My cousins, I even called Chobi. I was really stressed because I was alone at night, lost. That's how horror movies begin. I calmed down and started to drive again. I found a motel in the middle on the road. It wasn't weird because, well, it was a well-used road some of the times of the year. But it should be open, so I went there. The place looked very run down, but it had a sign saying there were some vacant rooms. I didn't hesitate and went inside, but for some reason I felt really weird. I didn't care at the time. It was late and I was wet and I wanted some sleep. I get inside and there was a receptionist, a woman in her 50s. She looked at me weirder, and after a talk, she told me she couldn't do anything. I can't have a room because I'm underage. But at the time, a guy like in his 20s came. He said that he was the owner. Of course, it was a weird situation. He said that I could have a room and gave me a key with a really creepy smile. I take it and smile awkwardly. The receptionist was there with a really worried face. I was on my way to a room when I heard someone crying. I see at a distance a woman, but I felt that she wasn't normal. Like I have said before, I can see dead people, so I know when someone is not here. I ignored her. It's not that I go there and talk with ghosts. So I went to her room, but I couldn't sleep. Something was bothering me. Then I started to hear whispers. But that is normal, to be honest. Normally I have my earplugs and I can't hear anything anymore. But I could still hear a voice saying, "Get out of here." That's when I decided to listen and went out. Went to the car and stayed there for a moment. Then I saw it. The owner trying to get inside my room with a key. When he entered and saw I wasn't there, he rushed outside and started to scream, heading to my car. I rapidly hid in the lower part. He peeked inside. The fear was killing me, and little by little the tears began to come out. I had to get out of there as fast as possible. He didn't see me, luckily, I guess, so I called my grandpa. He's a police chief. He said he would do anything possible to save me, but I needed to get away from there. As soon as the owner leaves, I saw the golden opportunity to get in front of my car and drive as fast as I could. But there was a problem. I left the keys in the room. I started to cry more when I heard tapping on the window. It was a receptionist. I thought I was going to die there. I thought it was the end. But then she showed me the keys and left them there. She helped me. She saved me. The owner started to return screaming. I peeked and he was really mad. He then cursed and see the ghost woman in the pool. The man rushes there. I don't know if he was thinking it was me, but my opportunity to get the keys and run away was there or never. I did it. I turned on the car, and as soon as I did, I see the man turning and starting to run towards the car. I rushed and got out of there. 5 minutes on the road, and a car was behind me speeding. It was my end, but I don't know, God. My grandpa and dad arrived with a police car. My mama has a tracker on my phone and her car, so they knew where I was. I saw the car passing behind me and returned where it came. I stopped the car and started to cry out loud. That was the most terrifying day ever. I arrived home and told them everything, and just like before, my grandfather immediately investigated. After some weeks, the guy was arrested and turned out he was a fugitive. He had essayed women and came to kill too. I suspected that one of them was the crying woman. When I asked him about the receptionist, he told me in there they had only found the guy alive. He asked me how did the woman look, and I gave a description. His face turned pale immediately. He showed me a picture and asked me if that was a woman. I said yes, it was her, but she looked more healthy in the photo, and more happy. Turns out that she was the last victim. He killed her. She was dead. I was going to be SA'd, maybe even killed, and I was saved by ghosts or spirits. Sometimes I said that my gift of seeing paranormal things is a curse, but sometimes I feel like it's a blessing. I could have been dead, but I survived thanks to those spirits. Maybe this isn't so paranormal, but like I've said before, you should be afraid of the living, not the dead. I want to end this on a happy note. My stepbrother's wife is pregnant, and she let me choose the baby's name, and it's a girl. I called her Elizabeth. Elizabeth is the name of the victim, the name of the woman that saved me, the name of the woman that I owe my life to. I wish I could help my father in the field instead of just watching him do all the hard work all alone all day. But my friend from the adjoining field says humans don't like when scarecrows move on its own. I was so happy when my teacher said he would email my parents about my amazing progress and attitude to learning. That was, of course, until I got home and remembered I didn't remind him to use my old name. Just Rats by author unknown. Narrated by 242, PA Nightmares, and Phoenix Fire. I want to tell you a story. It's a story of a man. You see, my great-grandma was a really nice old lady. She had a really nice little old lady house. We used to go there a lot before she passed away several years ago, and my grandparents tore it down to build a new house for themselves on top. One thing I distinctly remember was her attic. Boy, was it effing scary. It was dark. Only one light bulb would work, and you had to be really careful because there was a lot of exposed insulation. So if you stepped off the boards to get around, you'd probably fall straight through the ceiling into the room below. But it wasn't so much the atmosphere of the attic, but the fact that it was dark, dusty, and smelled a little weird. It was a story my uncle and dad used to tell me about the attic. A very long time ago, when my grandpa was just a little boy, they moved into this house. It was nice. 2 bedrooms, a nice bathroom, dining room, and kitchen. My great-grandparents made a very decent living. My great-grandfather owned a very successful body shop, and my great-grandmother sold Avon. One day, my grandpa was playing in the living room when there was a knock at the door. He answered it, and there stood a man. He was wearing a nice suit and holding a nice hat against his chest, with a polite smile on his face.
"Hello there, Junior,"
he said.
"Is your father home?"
My great-grandfather approached the door, suspicious.
If you're selling anything, I'm not interested. Thanks.
He said before trying to close the door, but no, this stranger interrupted with a start.
No, sir, I'm no salesman. I'd just like to talk if you wouldn't mind.
About what?
My great-grandfather asked.
I was wondering if I could take a look in your attic. You see, I used to live here and it would really bring back some memories.
The man was nervous, but my great-grandfather wasn't about to fall for any con man.
Sorry, sir. My wife's about to finish dinner. Not interested.
So he shut the door and ushered my young grandfather away. A day passed, and it was another hot summer day. My great-grandmother was fixing my grandpa lunch when she heard a knock. "Wallace, could you get the door?" she called to my great-grandpa, who sighed and obeyed his wife. It was the man again.
Now you listen here, mister. I already told you. I don't want some stranger in my house. You leave me and my family alone before you upset my son and wife. And if you upset them, I think there's going to be some trouble.
Please, sir.
The man pleaded, wearing his hands.
It'll only take a moment. I absolutely must get up there, if even for 10 minutes.
This time, my grandfather didn't give him the liberty of a goodbye, only a slammed door. A few days passed, peacefully playing, working. The life of your average Canadian upper-middle-class family took place as usual. My great-grandfather, great-grandmother, and grandfather sat eating dinner one evening. I like to imagine they were having grandma's, this is what I like to call her, roasted chicken and potatoes. So delicious. But I digress. Again, a knock on the door, and it sounded important.
I swear, if it's that son of a asking to get in our attic again, I'll be tuning his clock, but good.
My great-grandpa muttered, getting up. "Wallace, please, nothing in front of little Jim," my great-grandmother cried. It was the man again. He was not, however, alone. He was with another man who looked similar.
Now, sir, before you chase us away, please understand we're brothers and we absolutely must speak with you,
he said before my great-grandfather could curse him out up and down.
Well, spit it out then, man. Now you've gone and interrupted my supper after a long day's work, and this had better be good.
My great-grandfather threatened.
Tell me, sir, have you ever heard strange noises in your house? Scratching, shuffling, Maybe even like moaning from your attic?
The new man asked calmly. My great-grandfather turned stone cold. His son had often whined of scratching and other sounds, to which both his parents attributed to maybe mice.
Maybe we have, maybe we haven't. Why do you ask?
He asked coolly, crossing his arms. The men at the door exchanged worried glances.
If only you'd let us come up to your attic. You could come up if you like, but it would be better if you told your son to go to his room, your wife to the kitchen, and us men to the upstairs.
So my great-grandfather told my grandpa to go play, asked his wife to clear the table, and led the men up into the dank attic. They used it for only storage. There was no real reason to come up here, ever. The two men looked around and knocked on the wood of the walls in the attic in various different spots. Knock, knock. Hollow. Knock, knock. Hollow. Knock, knock. Not hollow. My great-grandfather froze as they nodded at one another before turning to him.
Now, sir, please believe us when we say we'll pay for any damages that need to be fixed, and that what we're about to do may be very shocking, maybe even frightening to you. So you may very well not want to see what's about to happen.
My great-grandfather pondered right then and there about turning his heels and waiting downstairs. But no. He had to be the man and stay for his family's sake.
Go ahead then. What's in there?
He asked. He wished he hadn't. The two men pulled at the boards, peeling away the old wood fairly easily. My great-grandfather felt viscous bile build in his stomach and throat. The smell. Oh God, the smell. His body was frail and gnarled. His skin was ghostly white, and his bare teeth were yellow as freshly boiled sweet corn. His eyes were open, glazed over and staring. The pupils were milky. He was blind. The whites were barely that. Instead, they were bloodshot to the point that was almost unbelievable. His fingernails resembled long brown talons. Horror filled my great-grandfather as the two men bowed their heads.
It's him,
said one. The other only sighed and covered his nose with his sleeve. This thing, this remnant of a once living man was dead, but freshly. That was when my great-grandfather had reached his boiling point.
Now, you had better both explain to me, right now, just what in God's name is going on here. Is this some sort of sick joke? I ought to blow the brains out of both of you where you stand.
He bellowed.
Sam, go get the blankets from the car. I'll explain.
One man said as Sam nodded and left.
Sir, please understand, we're no monsters. You see, this is our brother.
He began fretfully, looking at the mangled creature in the wall.
Your brother. You sick sons of locked your own brother on the wall?
My great-grandfather cried out, placing a hand on his queasy stomach.
Never, sir, never,
said the man.
My father just passed. We never even knew this poor boy existed our whole entire lives. My other brother and I. Now, it would seem our brother here was born with some sort of mental retardation. Something that my mother and father couldn't handle as parents. So, they chose to do the unthinkable rather than face the public with their shame.
He explained, motioning for the shell of a man. Mind you, this story takes place in a time when something like a mental defect was seen as a terrible, embarrassing thing. My great-grandfather held his head and looked at the dead man, then back at the stranger.
Get this thing out of my house. Send someone over to patch up your mess, and then you never, ever come near my family again. You hear me?
He ordered.
You can rely on that, sir. We had not wanted to bother you in the first place, but we couldn't sleep at night knowing some poor family member was stuck with him living up in your walls, you see. He probably was sucking the moisture from the ceiling and eating bugs and mold, I would think. It's amazing he could have survived.
My great-grandfather solemnly said nothing. He only watched as Sam returned and the two men bundled their strange, demented, and dead brother, leaving with countless thank yous followed by a repairman and a gorgeous fruit basket a day later. When my great-grandmother asked what happened, my great-grandfather couldn't bear telling her.
Rats,
He said.
Just rats.
Walking to school with my little sister was the highlight of my day, until she got hit by a car. At least she's able to see me now that we are both dead. Somebody has been leaving notes around my house. They're starting to freak me out. By Silster Spooley. Narrated by 242 Reads, Dark Little Voices, Shade and Decay, and Phoenix Fire. They started innocently enough.
Don't forget your keys.
Read the first message, scrawled on a sticky note in loopy letters. Had been left on my fridge door. It immediately grabbed my attention, because at the time, I lived alone. I had no memory of writing it, and the handwriting didn't match mine or anyone I knew. I was slightly perturbed, but wasn't sure how to react. In the end, I just tossed the note and went to work. The second note came a few days later, left on my kitchen counter. The sticky note was pink this time, but still had the same distinctive loopy handwriting.
Make sure to pack a lunch today.
Again, I was unsettled. Now, any normal person might have reported this to the police, but during that time, I was going through a major depressive spell. I had moved to a new city, away from my friends and family, and had started a new job that I quickly realized I hated, and didn't nearly pay enough. Home was lonely, and work was soul crushing. I had trouble enough getting out of bed each morning, let alone filling a report that I'm sure the police would not have taken seriously. Even more stress, I crumbled up the note. However, I ended up packing a small lunch for myself. Usually I didn't bother to put in the effort and just ate cafeteria food. But against my better judgment, I fulfilled the wish of the note. That day, the cafeteria was closed. The main cafeteria fridge had broken overnight, and many of the frozen lunches inside had gone bad. Management thought it'd be better to shut it down for the day. A feeling of unease settled in my stomach after learning the news. It was as if the note had predicted it. The notes continued throughout the following weeks. They would typically show up on random days, no more than 3 notes to a day. They were all left in obvious places in my apartment, all on sticky notes, and in that unfamiliar loopy handwriting. They began to grow more prophetic.
Take I-80 today. There will be a bad accident on your way home. Janet is going to offer some cookies at the office. Politely decline. They will give you food poisoning. Marie has been on a diet. Compliment her on her weight loss. She'll end up thinking well of you.
Of course, I tested the notes to see if they were accurate. Every time I ignored their advice, whatever it warned against came true. One day a note said to pack an umbrella, and I on purpose didn't. It was forecast to be sunny that day, so any normal person wouldn't think to pack one. But sure enough, I got soaked that evening walking to my car. I was incredibly curious about the notes. There were so many questions I had about them, and those unanswered questions kept festering in my head. I tried writing notes back in return and leaving them out, but never got a response. I'd speak out loud and ask questions as if, or in case, the note writer could somehow hear me. But this only made me feel foolish. I'd occasionally make a surprise visit home at odd hours just to see if I could catch the note writer leaving their notes. Of course, I never caught them. I tried installing cameras in my apartment, even making sure all the cameras were completely hidden. But the next day I found every single one of the camera's insides completely torn out and placed on the kitchen table with a single note next to them reading,
"Never do that again."
The note stopped coming after that, which made me deeply regretful. I had grown accustomed to the notes. I had begun to rely on them even. They had significantly improved my way of life over the last few months, both mentally, financially, and socially. I had actually started making friends at the office thanks to their advice, and for the first time in my life, I was even a bit popular. My managers, who before the notes didn't pay much interest in me, now valued my presence and would ask my opinion on projects. It was no secret, I was on my way to promotion. Could I still do that without the notes? I also valued the notes as a friend, as weird as that sounds. Or more like a guardian angel. Wherever they were from, they were always protecting me. Without them, the future was suddenly unknown, dangerous. Every time some mild annoyance popped up from that point, from bad traffic to stressful work situations, and even a minor paper cut, I thought about how this all probably could have been avoided if I still had the notes. The next week, a bright green sticky note appeared on my bathroom mirror.
"Don't forget to call Mom today. It's her birthday."
I nearly cried. I decided to sack my investigation and just accept things as they were. Slowly the fog of my depressive spell began to lift, and I could feel myself returning to how I used to be. My confidence rose, and for the first time in a while, I felt in equilibrium with my life. I went out, cracked jokes, and even managed to clean up my apartment. I also managed to get a girlfriend somehow. Her name was Amanda. I met her at a pub when I was out with my buddies. The best part of all this was, for some reason, she seemed to actually be into me. She was gorgeous, way out of my league really, with long ombre hair that reached down to her back, with soft brown eyes. Her laugh was lovely, and the lemon-scented perfume she liked to wear was intoxicating. She was the type of girl you could chat with for hours and never run out of things to talk about. The relationship was still new, so I was trying not to plan our whole future together in my head. But she was so lovely, it was hard not to. At some point, I briefly thought about telling her about the notes. I've always wanted to tell someone about it, but never really had anyone to tell up until now. I decided not to, however, afraid she might think I'm crazy. There was no point so early in a relationship making her think I was loony. Plus, I was afraid the notes might stop again. If whoever was leaving them clearly didn't want me looking into them, how would they react if I shared what was happening with somebody? So at that moment, I kept it to myself. Amanda had a hobby of cooking and had invited me to her house on Saturday for, in her words,
the best fucking spaghetti you'll ever eat.
I was pumped since this was the first time I'd actually visit her house. I was in a good mood that evening, as I was getting ready for the date. I hummed to myself, happily thinking about how lovely it was going to be, and went downstairs to grab my keys. On the kitchen counter was a new hot pink sticky note. I picked it up instinctively.
Kill your girlfriend.
My brain stopped for a moment. I read it once, twice, a third time. The words flashing in my brain but hitting an error every time. I sat the note down and gulped, feeling nauseous. Anxiously, I went to my car and started driving. I tried not to think about the note, but the words kept circling my mind.
Kill your girlfriend.
The note had never failed me before, and they were always in my best interest as far as I knew, which was admittedly not much. Maybe they were wrong this time. Maybe it wasn't meant to take literally. Kill could be a synonym for break up, right? My mind kept trying to make up poor excuses the whole way there. By the time I arrived, I was a sweaty mess and not a lick calmer. I pulled down my sun visor to check my face, and a bright green sticky note fluttered out. I went cold. The note had never appeared outside my house before. Hands shaking, I picked up the note and read it.
Kill Amanda. Take the gun from your glove box and shoot her.
I looked at my glove box wide-eyed. I did indeed keep a handgun in my glove box for safety purposes. I wanted to puke, to believe this wasn't happening. Again, I ignored the note and walked up to Amanda's house, trying to shake the message from my mind. She answered the door almost immediately after I rung the doorbell.
Hey, what's up?
She said with a bright smile, but when she saw my face, her smile dropped.
You okay, Gary? What's wrong?
She said with concern.
Nothing.
I lied, trying to force a smile.
Well, actually, I think I have a bit of a stomachache.
Come in.
She said, ushering me in. The inside of her house was cute and homely. She fretted over me worried as she led me over to her kitchen table. She then took my hand and rubbed it, trying to comfort me.
If you're not feeling up to spaghetti, we can always have it another time. Don't worry about it. Do you want any antacids or something?
I smiled. The way she was so concerned for me over a simple stomachache made me fall in love with her all over again. My heart panged with both love and guilt. The aroma of cooked spaghetti was also extremely strong, and even though she said it was fine, I knew it would probably be a bummer for her to pack away all that spaghetti after just making it.
I'm fine, sweetie. I probably have a stomachache because I haven't eaten much today. I was looking forward so much for your spaghetti.
Her smile returned again. I always loved how fast she smiled at things.
Well then, Mr. Hungry, let me grab you a bowl.
She left for the kitchen. I reclined back inside, sticking my hands in my pockets. I felt a crinkle of paper. Oh no. I pulled the paper out of my right pocket.
Take your chair and bash her head in.
I had a hard time controlling my breathing as I stuffed my note back into my right pocket. I also felt paper in my left pocket, and against my mind screaming for me not to, I pulled it out, realizing it was actually 2 notes crinkled together. Shakily, I unwrinkled the first note.
Do not eat the spaghetti. Drugged.
What's that, Gary?
Asked Amanda behind me. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I stuffed the notes back into my left pocket.
Oh, just some note from work I forgot was in my pocket is all.
I said in a weird voice. She frowned, looked like she wanted to say something, but then thought better of it.
Here, babe.
She said gently, handing me a bowl of spaghetti. It looked heavenly. I wanted to puke. She sat next to me with her own bowl. She rested her head in my hands and looked at me excitedly, expectantly. I stared at her blankly.
Well, take a bite, silly,
she said, gesturing towards my bowl.
I'm so sorry. I really need to use your bathroom.
I jumped up and started looking for her bathroom. She jumped after me, looking confused.
Gary, what's wrong? You've been acting weird.
When I found the right door, I went in and locked the door behind me. She kept knocking and knocking.
Gary, seriously, what's wrong with you? Is the stomachache that bad? Talk to me, Gary, please.
I backed up against the bathroom wall, then sank down to the floor. I pulled out the 2 notes from my left pocket again, this time reading the second note. My heart sank.
She is not Amanda.
After decades of research, we sent out our greatest explorers to a planet that could sustain life. It didn't take long for the aliens to torture them to death and perform autopsies, leaving us horrified and vowing to never make contact with Earth again. A satisfied smile stretched across my face as the drugs were pushed from the syringe. The rush I got from committing the murders was nothing compared to watching the wrong man executed for them. Keylogger by Anonymoose. Narrated by Miss Creepytales.
I've only had one bad experience with the deep web, and it is way more than enough in my personal opinion. I'm not an overly technical person, and I'm not a tech genius. I'm no hacker extraordinaire, but I do know my way around the internet, and I have an understanding of what indexing and non-index pages, or deep web, actually are. I took a few classes on the internet security, and there were a couple sections dedicated to deep web and dark web, or at least explaining what they were and how the technology worked, like onion routing and encryption, and I felt confident enough to get on the deep web and thought that I could keep myself safe. And that confidence was my first mistake. But in my defense, this situation could have happened on the surface web. It just made it that much creepier that it was on the deep web. Because I wasn't interested in any of the illegal content on the dark web, I kept myself confined to the part of the deep web that were closer to the surface. Basically, the wading pool of the deep web. Of these pages, I mostly visited things like forums and discussion boards, and I had this personal appreciation for anonymous conversations. And while I wasn't a troll or aggressive or anything, I was a bit more out with my opinion and personality, as there wasn't a name associated with the statement. Now, in order for this to all make sense, I have to explain a bit about what happened, and then kind of explain the how, because it won't make sense otherwise. As I stated, I spent a good amount of time on the forums. I spoke with people that I honestly considered my friends, and I learned a lot. It was actually kind of nice, kind of like there was a place that I belonged, like a bar, but with text and random people that were faceless. Now, on the main forum I would use, most people signed their posts and messages with a pseudonym. Of course, there was no control over this, and anyone could use anyone else's name on their post, and no one would be the wiser. Strangely enough, it was kind of an honor system, and most people followed it. My name on this site was ironically, No Girls on the Net. It was supposed to be a joke, a play on the claim that there are no girls on the internet, just guys pretending to be girls. This was ironic because I was a girl. Anyways, on this forum, I was fairly well known to a lot of people in my subboards, and people would refer to me as girl. I know, not exactly specific, but typically when someone said girl, they were talking to me. Anyways, I was friends with a lot of people on this page, and they were all decent. Never ran into anyone that I thought was really creepy for the most part. But that all fell apart when I got a message on Facebook one day from some guy that I had never seen before named Derek. And the message just said, "Hey girl." At first, I didn't put two and two together. I thought he was just being a douche, and I told him as such. My response was simply, "What an incredibly rude and derogatory way to refer to someone. Give me one reason I should even bother responding to you beyond this." This guy responds with, "I thought that's what everyone called you. At least, that's what I've always called you. You're No Girls on the Net, right?" When I read this, I was a bit freaked out. How had this person found my personal Facebook? There was absolutely no connection between me and that account, and I was always careful not to post anything that could be considered personally identifiable. And I had no idea how he could have connected the dots. I asked who he was, and he once again asked if that was my username. I didn't want to tell him yes, but I also didn't want to say anything that may indirectly confirm that it was me. So, I ended up just having to say that it wasn't me, and that I hoped that he found whoever it was that he was looking for. He responded with a smiley face, and then that was it for that conversation. I thought that was the end of it. I thought he had bought it. But I was wrong. I was very wrong. About a week later, I got a letter in the mail. And while this was a bit off, in today's day and age that is, I didn't think much of it. I took it in and opened it, then pulled out the letter. It was a printed letter that pretty much just said, "Don't lie to me, girl. I know it's you. I want to get to know you better. Here's my phone number. Shoot me a text when you get this. P.S. I will know that you got it." I was seriously freaked out. This guy was sending me letters, which meant that he knew my address. Not only that, but he claimed that he would somehow know if I got the letter and didn't tell him. How? That's when I looked over the envelope to see if I could find a return address. And then I realized that there wasn't one. On top of that, there weren't any stamps on the envelope either, which meant that it hadn't gone through the post office and it was most likely hand-delivered, which then told me how he was going to know I got it. My next mistake was calling the number. If I was going to fix this problem, I was going to have to do it head-on. I pulled out my phone and called him, and when he answered, he started off with, "Hey, sweetheart." I was legitimately disgusted. My response to him was, "I'm not your sweetheart. I don't even know who the hell you are. How did you find my information?" He avoided the question, but started saying that he was in love with me and that he needed me in his life. I once again told him that I had no idea who he was and that I wasn't interested. He told me to get interested or things were going to be difficult between us. I had had enough. I told him that he was a creep and that he needed to get a life, and then I hung up. He tried calling me back a couple times, but I ignored it. Then, he texted me, and I think that I nearly pissed myself. The message that he sent me said, "You're going to love me, one way or another. Don't make me hurt you." Then, followed it up with, "See you later, sweetheart." Obviously, I was panicked. This dude was a super creep, and he had no issue with being creepy out in the open like this. But I really didn't have much in ways of options since he hadn't actually done anything. Being a creep isn't really a crime until they escalate. Well, it escalated pretty quickly. It was actually that same night when things happened. Around 8 that evening, I heard a knock on my door. I, unfortunately, knew it was most likely him. I pulled the curtain open from the side window, and I saw this guy standing there in a hooded sweatshirt and black pants, pretty obvious red flag in this case. He stood there at the door and kept knocking, then started yelling that he knew that I was home. I stayed off to the side where he couldn't see me, and I dialed 911 on my cell phone. When they asked what the emergency was, I said, loud enough for him to hear me, that there was some creep trying to break into my house, hoping that it would be enough to get him to go away. What I didn't expect was him to smash the glass of my front door with a hammer and reach in to unlock the door. What he didn't expect was my brother, a trained police officer, to come around the corner with his gun locked on him the second he stepped into the house. As soon as my brother screamed, "Get on the ground!" this guy started yelling, "Don't shoot me," and then fell to his knees. My brother restrained him, and the cops showed up to arrest him. When they got him out and in their car, they came back to tell us what they had pulled off of him. This dude came with zip-tie cuffs, a large knife, the hammer obviously, and a pillowcase stuffed into the hoodie pocket. Basically, it was like that he planned to kidnap me, cuff me, put the pillowcase over my head, and take me out to his van, which he had parked just outside. In the van, they found condoms, adult toys, and various other creeper things that I don't really want to think about right now. So that's the what. But the question becomes the how. How did he find me? How did he know who I was? How did he connect my stupid username with me as a person? Easy. I was an idiot, and apparently had clicked a link that he posted on the forum. This guy had linked to something on the forum page that I apparently was interested in, and it had malware that loaded into my system because I had some stupid software, something like JavaScript or Flash or something, that was out of date, and this guy was able to drop a keylogger on my system. That, plus those fantastic little things in Chrome and Firefox that will save your personal info for quicker entry. Things like your address and name and all that. Yeah, that helped him tremendously. This guy had infected my system, and I had, unbeknownst to me, given him all my personal information. Then he turned into a super creep. Like I said above, this could have technically happened on the surface web, but I think it was more likely to happen on the deep web forum, because I had taken my anonymity for granted. I thought I was safe. I thought I was invincible because my name was not connected to the board or the post. So take that as a lesson. Do not think that anonymity is invincibility, and make sure you update your computer.
The zombie horde was easy to survive. Mother Nature took the vast majority through natural decomposition. We've been hiding for decades from the hurricane of biting flies that consume everything dead or alive. I sold myself on the deep web. By doomedgeek. What do you do when there's nothing else left? I was a college graduate who, 2 years after collecting my certification, was still unemployed. There was a gaping blank on my resume. Add to that the fact that my debts were out of control, and it's fair to say I was a mess and growing even more desperate. So what was I doing about this? How was I digging myself out of a hole? I was staying up all night trawling through the internet. Is there a point which the internet does not end and sanity begins? I neither knew nor cared. I watched thousands of clips, read conspiracy theories and news reports until I blurred into a stream of hyperbole. I slept fitfully during the day and went back online the minute I woke up. I would surf even though I needed to go to the bathroom until it hurt. I forgot to eat or drink, and soon I had a permanent background headache. Like a lot of addicts, it was not that long before I moved on to the harder stuff, the deep web. I was sickened by a lot of what I saw, but still immersed myself more and more, when I stumbled across a site that changed my life. It looked fairly innocuous at first. There was a simple hero image of an outline of a human body and a drop-down menu in the top right-hand side, accessed via 3 short lines. For other people, it's one more bet, one more drink. I clicked one more link. I was surprised to see only 2 options, buyer and seller. Wasn't going to buy anything real soon, so I followed the warning-marked seller. The submenu left me open-mouthed. It listed items that could be sold and gave the price the seller would receive. All I needed to do was add details for my preferred way to receive payment, then tick the box next to the item. The first item on the list was likeness. For the price shown, I could pay the 2 months I was overdue on rent and buy wine and pizza every night for a week with what was left over. Now, I was not sure what they meant by likeness. Other items that I could sell via the website were more straightforward. Things like my social insurance number, my date of birth, even my name. A lot of these seemed like a way to commit fraud for the buyers. All very dubious, but at least, I thought, they were paying to use these details rather than simply stealing them as so often happened. Likeness seemed more ethereal though. I decided it meant the right to use my image, a photograph of my face. I also decided I really wanted a beer and pizza, and to be able to tell my landlord to get off my back because I had paid your damn rent. I added my details for the money transfer and pressed the box next to likeness, then pressed submit. A transaction processing symbol turned into a transaction complete. a new box appeared, giving me the option to comment. I typed, "Do you need me to send you my photograph?" thinking this would answer my question about what exactly I just sold. A moment later, the reply came, "We already have it." I flashed back to some of the things I had done in front of my computer screen, then decided I'd rather not think about it. Feeling nervous, sure I was being scammed, about to kick myself for being so naive, I checked my balance. What do you know? The money was in there. I went back to the good old innocent web and ordered the largest, most overloaded pizza I could think of, and then began to add sides. It took me 2 weeks for me to blow through the money from selling my likeness. I had a great time without leaving my apartment, and I had paid no rent. Not to worry, I told myself, returning to the deep web and my new favorite website. This time, I hovered over fingerprints. 30 seconds considering, flagged a dozen dodgy things this could lead to, but it was the money I would make that made me think, whatever. I ticked and submitted. This time, 10 small boxes appeared on screen with instructions for me to place the end of my fingers in them. Which I did, and within seconds the transaction was complete, and within minutes I could see that I was once again flush. Problems over, I could pay my rent, enough of my credit card to make the bank back off. In the comment box, I typed, "Thank you." The reply was almost immediate, "You are welcome." Now, I don't know if anyone listening to this is a gambler, but I guess if they are, they would not by now have put money on me spending the money wisely, and they would have been right. This time, I told myself another couple weeks later, I would get my acting gear. I spent a significant time going through the items I could sell and create a spreadsheet with how much I owed. So I knew the amount I needed to earn with this one final sale of parts of me. I had decided, you see, that this had to be the last time. There was a relatively small number of things left I could sell, that I was prepared to sell. My name, date of birth, and social security number were still no-goes. I did not want to risk losing the ability to have a bank account and find employment. A history of being a disaster did not mean, in my mind, that I always would be. So, one final sale it was, then clear my debts and find a job. I ticked the box next to sell body part. From the next list, ticked kidney. I was close to hyperventilating when I pressed submit. Close to tears not long after when I checked my balance. I felt a huge pressure being lifted. With this money, I could finally get my life back on track. The comment box already had text in it. I had been too worked up to read it, so I took a deep breath and did. It had an 8-digit reference number, an address, and a time later that day. An appointment for me to have my kidney removed, I figured. I considered not going. I already had the money, so why bother? Then I thought back to the message telling me they already had my photograph. Whoever ran the website probably knew where I lived as well, or could easily find out. It was not rocket science to work out that they were probably bad people, criminals, some kind of gang, not people to cross or mess with. I felt sick as I left the apartment at the prospect of having an operation, but also elated at the amazing thing lying ahead of me. I just needed to get this over with. The address turned out to be a nondescript building on the outskirts of town. The windows were all shuttered and there was no signage, just a human outline I recognized from the website. A keypad was fixed into the wall next to the sturdy-looking door. Not sure what else to do, I entered my reference number. The door slid open with a sigh. My stomach doing backflips, I stepped inside. I could hear the drone of an air conditioner, but still suddenly felt very hot. Nerves, I told myself, totally natural. I seemed to be some kind of reception area, but it seemed it was deserted. Scratch that. A man appeared. He was wearing a white overalls and a mask and safety glasses. He may or may not have been smiling when he said, "Welcome. Let's get you prepared." I followed him along a long corridor. The walls were blank, whitewashed, and the smell of antiseptic was growing stronger. Eventually, he turned off into a small, windowless room. I hesitated on the threshold. There was a raised table, fluorescent strips overhead, a stack of equipment next to the bed. Medical, I guessed, though I had no idea. "Please," the man said and gestured that I should come in. I smiled weakly and did. He gave me a robe to put on and turned to do something to the equipment while I got changed. I assumed I needed to lie on the table, and when he looked around from whatever it was he had been doing and saw me, he said, "Good." Made me feel like a dog rolling over and playing dead, but I kept this to myself. I did, though, have some questions. "Is this safe?" I asked. "Perfectly," he replied without missing a beat. I wasn't sure. I felt hot to the point where I thought I was going to faint, and the light overhead was flickering, making pain start to flow above my eyes. "I'm not sure I want to go ahead with this," I said. "There is nothing to be concerned about," he replied, and before I realized what was happening, had nicked the skin of my neck with a needle. I immediately felt an unpleasant tingling sensation, and a numbiness began to spread up into my face. He picked up the tablet of the computer that was resting among the equipment and studied it for a moment before turning back to look at me and asked, "Now, which eye would you like to keep?" "What?" I exclaimed, or tried to, because my lips were numb and the words came out slurred. "What are you talking about?" I managed. "I sold one of my kidneys, not my eyes." I did not wait for an answer. I was horrified and decided I wanted out of there. I tried to sit up, but the numbness had spread to my spine and then my arms. I was helpless to do anything but lie there and watch as he once more studied the tablet. No, he said in a quiet, relaxed tone. "The records show that you agreed to sell a body part but did not specify which one." "I ticked kidney," I tried to say, but now my mouth would not move and I could not feel my tongue. I could feel my heart beating faster and faster. Felt like I could not breathe. Cold sweat trickled down into my eyes, blurring my vision. I could see this. I could not feel it. I wanted to scream, wanted to cry out in terror, but my jaw was locked, my limbs useless. All I could do was watch as the scalpel came into view, and as he lowered it towards my left eye. "It will be over soon," he said, and then the blade became a shadow over my eye, a darkness that was soon all I could see. That was then. This is now. I'm writing this in an internet cafe, after trashing my laptop's hard drive and ditching it. There's just me in here and the owner. I think he would like me to leave from the dirty looks he's giving me. But before I head off, I have one more thing to do. I have enough money to buy a coach ticket and go a long way from here, away from everything and everyone I have ever known. I just logged onto the site and found what I was looking for in the seller menu. Name, date of birth, social security number. I ticked sell on all three, Enter the details in the box that pops up. Press submit. Moments later, the money is in my account. I have been withdrawing so much cash I have daily, and after I go across the road to the ATM and draw the last amount, I will snap my card in half and throw it away. This will be a fresh start, the past wiped clean, left behind. I'm going to stop writing now and go. It's time to log off for good and make my escape. Only the screen has changed, the comment box has opened up, and a new message has appeared. We like and follow you. I feel tears begin to flow from my eye they did not take. When I was 5, I was blessed with a power of being sent back 5 minutes when I died. As I woke up in the club minutes before the bombs dropped for the 17th time, I realized it was a curse. I was pleasantly surprised when a little boy I met on the street gave me an apple, muttering gift with a smile on his face. It was only when I bit the fruit and felt a huge pain in my body that I understood he was speaking German, not English. He Who Sits Beyond, by Icydice. Have you ever seen a god die? Of course you haven't. Gods don't die. Gods can't die. Mortality is to a god what a story is to a reader. A detail that holds no relevance so far as it pertains to them. No, gods cannot die. Yet they can be erased, in some sense of the word. What can erase a god, though? Well, the answer is quite simple. A god can erase a god. Like a blimp on a radar, gods disappear quite frequently. New gods take their place, and the cycle continues, ad infinitum. Of course, I stand above this cycle, observing it eternally. Beyond time, through time, and after time. The process will rinse and repeat, and I shall bear witness to it all. The gods are intelligent. That is to be expected, for it is in their nature to be that way. Each of them comes to recognize the reality of their being, that they are nothing more than data, information scribbled down, imagined by higher beings. In this revelation, all semblance of free will and meaning escapes them. They become steeped in grief as overwhelming sense of pointlessness overcomes them. With that arrives the blimp. These beings I oversee are not entirely wrong. They do lack a will of their own, as their stories have been practically set in stone with the arrival of their birth. Though some liberties are taken in altering certain aspects of their narrative. The core elements are the same. This they have realized. Some of them have even come to understand that this cycle implies my own existence. A grand overseer who dictates the continuation of this cycle. Of these gods who achieve this revelation, many proceed to despise me. They blame me for their suffering. They fault me for their nihilistic outlook. To an extent, they are right to burden me with their hatred. I am the one who ultimately cursed them with their power, their intellect, and their aspirations. The chain begins with me, for I am he who sits above. But what exactly is it that I sit above? I sit above the gods, yes, but does that entail that I sit above all? That I am the original explanation for all there is? Am I the absolute? Am I the chain itself? Or am I just another link? Is my say final? Am I the true endpoint? As the gods have ascertained, there must be some endpoint. To say otherwise is to imply a non-stop regression, and that no foundation exists whatsoever. Without that bedrock to stand on, all things are reduced to absurdity. What is the absolute dictator of all that is? The gods think it's me. Even their omniscience, however, falters, as they are wrong. I am their absolute, yet I am not the absolute. I truly envy the gods at times, as I observe them blimp out of existence. I wish, I desire, I crave a reality in which I could share their fate. Yet, I cannot. I am forbidden from destroying myself, for I have been assigned a duty. No, I am not the bedrock. I am not the absolute. I am just another cog in the machine, designated by a higher presence to ensure the continued creation of these gods. Why, though? Why must I carry out this duty so diligently? Of what importance is it? Well, from what I gathered, these gods give rise to creation. They bring forth laws, ideas, forms, and emotions. They create universes, galaxies, and worlds inhabited by mortals. These mortals live their lives in accordance with the realities these gods have manifested. And through this process, stories are created. These mortals experience, learn, form relationships, endure horrors, suffer tragedies, and achieve success. All the while, beings such as myself and the gods view these stories. Of course, the creation of these stories is contingent upon these gods creating their reality. Once they do, they form more gods, which give way to even more stories. It's amusing, really. Sometimes all that allows me to bear my existence is finding myself enveloped by these stories. Otherwise, I would constantly have to face the fact that all of my children are destined to suffer from the moment they are created. Yes, my children. What else am I meant to view these gods as? I am a father, fated to watch his children commit unlife. What a cruel punishment it is. Most mortals are blissfully unaware of the truth of their existence. In a sense, they are very similar to the gods. They too are capable of creating their own reality through art. If they were to discover that the nature of their existence is no different from their own creations, it would drive them mad. I've seen realities where certain mortals have become aware of gods, not just in the sense that they had a religious belief, No, in the sense that through some accident, they perceived a god. They cannot fully comprehend the existence of a god, for their minds are limited. The data derived from the inconceivable being destroying the sanity of the mortals, the truth is little more damaging than the realization of one's insignificance. Such a realization is swift for mortals, but for us, it is brutal and everlasting. Yes, there is an us. Do remember, it's my duty to ensure the creation of gods so that their stories will always exist. If given the choice, I would join the gods in destroying myself. To prevent me from doing such a thing, another entity surpasses me. He is to me what I am to the gods. He is the one who sits above me. I, too, sit above a being who sits above the gods. Of course, this begs a question. Would the one who sits above me not destroy himself as well, to escape the suffering of his experiences? The answer is yes, he would. So, a being must supersede him also, preventing him from doing such a thing. As you might imagine, this means that just as gods exist within a cycle, we who sit above do as well. An equivalent hierarchy binds us, ensuring we do what is required of us. We watch our children erase themselves as they are driven beyond the breaking point. With all these things taken into consideration, you may find yourself wondering what my bedrock is. What is the absolute foundation for us who sit above? Well, we know there must be one. Our cycle is similar in nature to that of the gods, so we too must have some being who serves as the final demonstration for all things concerning us. Though this seems obvious, it is still rendered an unsatisfying explanation as we arrive at the next logical question. Who is the bedrock for that being? Once more, we must establish a new cycle for the beings above us. And we must recognize that they too have some foundation for their existence. Still, we find ourselves unsatisfied as we realize that our question is still not fully answered. As terrible as it is, we understand that there is no theoretical end to this countless bedrocks we can establish. The imagination fails to discern one. Yet there must be something more. These cycles, these foundations, as convoluted as they are, serve a very simple purpose: to tell a story. Every cycle is perpetuated as a series of safeguards to make sure that the gods will always be, and so will the narratives they produce. Out there, somewhere, must be a writer and an audience for who these stories ultimately are for. Where it all began, I don't know, yet there must be a beginning. Who put pen to paper producing this world? Who cranked out all these beings to decide upon the system which would ensure the creation of new stories? Surely, he must be at the highest point, the origin of it all. Even then, why does he write? He shares a similar nature to the gods, after all. A creature that dictates certain narratives, establishes the rules, settings, and characters within the story. If he is, in nature, indistinguishable from gods in that sense, then even he must also have a bedrock, a reason for why he writes, a purpose for his stories. What might his absolute be? Is it not part of his story for him to write? Then, is it not also true that the same kind of structure imposed upon us are opposed upon him as well? What are the writers of those structures? Are they not truly endless amounts also, each higher author ordaining the story of the lower? Are they not therefore as relatively insignificant as the gods? Yes, though such a conclusion is hard to believe, it makes sense that it would be the truth. Perhaps it's a fool's errand to investigate the source of it all. Even if I discover what exactly it is, it will not change my fate. I will continue to serve my purpose. I will continue to ramble for some theoretic audience to observe. I will continue to be trapped within this horrific reality, with no escape, a true hell. Oh, how I envy the gods, for I too would erase myself if given the chance. Oh, how I envy the mortals, for their sheer ignorance maintains the illusion of meaning, free will, and happiness. Here I will be, another insignificant link in the chain. Here I will stay. Here I will continue to ponder what the true absolute bedrock is. That being, whatever it might be, is he who sits beyond. I was really vigilant to keep a watch over my drink all night while at the bar with my date. How could I have known that he and the bartender were best friends? My daughter is a serial killer. I just found out she may be something worse. By an obscurity notice. Narrated by 2482, Necro, Tetsuya, and Amanda Jane. My daughter is a serial killer. It took me a long time to be able to say this. Long after the police came to our house when we were visiting, after they found the graveyard in an abandoned field behind her house, bodies arranged in 3 wide circles like some kind of macabre fairy's ring. After they told us just how many people she had killed, a number so high I can't even begin to understand how she managed it at 29. It was 2 years after she was put on death row I finally said those words to my wife.
Our daughter is a serial killer.
People always say that female serial killers were rare and not as bad as male serial killers. But Fiona was right up there with Bundy and Dahmer when it came to brutality of her kills. She was no less violent, depraved, or cruel. The collection of her victims' hearts she kept in her fridge was every indication of that. And so were the coroner's report that each victim had been kept alive for days, tortured, and starved before Fiona finally killed them.
It was a mercy for them in the end. Death. Nobody would want to live in the aftermath of what she did.
The cop told me that the coroner had been gray when she said this, that in 25 years of police work, he had never seen anything this awful. Some nights, I still wake up in terror from nightmares of what she did. The strangest thing about all of this was that Fiona was a tiny little thing. The police were utterly flummoxed as to how she had managed to do all of this. Worse still, they couldn't figure out just how she had killed these people. The cuts were so clean, like a surgeon's hand, but there was nothing in the world that could have made these cuts. No scalpel or knife. All their organs had been removed, and they had been neatly stitched back up again. When they opened the stitches up, they found the insides of the victim had tattoos with hundreds of lines in languages no one could decipher. My daughter is not a medical professional. She's not a tattoo artist. She only speaks 2 languages, English and Spanish. We avoid the press, but that didn't mean the articles wouldn't be written, and the articles came. Articles where they questioned what kind of childhood she had, what kind of parents we were. They dug through everything about our family. They were probably disappointed to find that we were just the run-of-the-mill, all-American family. So they made things up through speculation. Perhaps we were too boring. Perhaps the normacy was the problem. Or perhaps we were just very good at covering our tracks. Either way, the fallout was that my wife and I lost our jobs. We were accosted on the streets. Our tires were flattened multiple times, and 3 times I had to remove graffiti from the side of our house, calling us unspeakable things. My son couldn't handle it. He and his wife had to change their name and leave the state. We couldn't do that, though. Who would visit Fiona in prison if we left? I know people wanted to think Fiona was an oddball, that these killer tendencies had manifested in her because she was weird, a loner of sorts. No, Fiona was a popular kid. She was a great daughter. Never missed a chance to come visit and help us. She was a cheerleader and did well in school. She had a group of friends she grew up with. She even married her childhood sweetheart. I can't say she was a good wife, however. Poor James, they found his head in a chest freezer in their basement. They still haven't found his body. It was the first time I visited her in prison that led me to find what was in the attic. We were asked to get more information out of her. The police said that there were bodies they couldn't identify yet, and that if we get her to talk, it would help bring some peace to the victim's family. They wanted to know how she did it. The guilt of what our child had done to other people's children made us go more than the love of our daughter. It felt like some small way of atonement. Find out what we could and help in some way. Not that anything could make amends for giving birth to a monster. It happened on the day of the visit. We sat nervously and waited in a high-security room within the most high-security prison. 2 wardens stood within the room with us. 2 stood outside, and 4 wardens escorted Fiona, in chains, to us. When the door opened and our daughter walked in, what was alarming was the jovial smile on her face. Despite being chained at both her hands and feet, she looked remarkably well. This wasn't surprising since she had smiled coldly her entire way through the trial as well. But there was something extra obscene about how well prison suited her. She was glowing.
Hi, Dad. Mom.
She sat down across the table from us. I flinched as the sound of the chains as they clinked when she moved. Fiona, my wife, Christina, managed. Her hand clutched right around a tissue. Then she was crying again, and Fiona's face changed a bit. She looked at Christina in concern.
Mom, please don't cry. If you knew what I know, you wouldn't be upset.
Anger began to bubble up inside me. What the heck was wrong with Fiona? I had read enough now to know that serial killers were devoid of empathy, or human emotions in general. But this wasn't the little girl I had raised to be a good woman.
What happened to you?
I asked, my voice quiet as I tried to keep the emotions out of it.
Why did you kill all those people?
Fiona sat back, smiling, and tossed her blonde hair over her shoulder.
Oh, Dad, it doesn't matter. You can't stop us, no matter how much you try.
I couldn't understand what she was talking about.
Fiona.
My patience was wearing extremely thin.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about your father, Dad, and his father, and his father. All those generations.
I swallowed hard and glanced at the prison warden. If he felt like something was weird about our conversation, he didn't show it, however.
What about them?
I asked her, concern edging its way into my voice. Fiona tilted her head quizzically, as for a moment I saw her as a 6-year-old, doing that when I taught her math.
Do you really not remember?
I shifted uneasily in my seat.
You know what this is. You have always known.
She leaned forward.
I really...
We don't like it when you lie.
I stammered and then fell silent. I didn't know what kind of game she was playing. She sat back and smiled brightly. Then I swear to you my heart stopped. Suddenly the entire room darkened. Fiona's eyes went completely black. Her skin and hair turned pale white. And yet the guards kept standing there, seemingly seeing nothing, frozen in time. I tried to look at Christina, but she just sat there, staring ahead of her into nothingness, a tear frozen on her cheek. My daughter opened her mouth. Ash fell out as she spoke, her replaced by a deep, cold one. Those words. I knew those words. I had seen them before. My hands, cold and clammy, I pushed back from the table as a chair fell away and backed myself up against a wall, terror gripping my chest. Instantly, the scene was back to normal. My daughter's face was normal. My wife's shoulders shuddered as she sobbed, still unable to speak a word, and Fiona sat there with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Shaking, I told the guard,
We are done here.
My wife turned to look at me, and I stared into her teary eyes. We need to go now. The last thing we heard as we left the room was Fiona's laughter, once vibrant, now cold and cruel. When we got home, I waited until dinner was over and we went to bed. I waited until Christina had taken her sleeping pill, and her breathing was even enough to know she was asleep. Then I quietly got up and made my way to the attic. I knew exactly what I was looking for. After I hauled myself up from the square-shaped opening in our ceiling into the dark, quiet room I hadn't visited since we had moved into this house, I shone my torch around. Mostly the room was full of children's old toys and clothes, things we had been planning to give away and never got around to. Old furniture that belonged to our parents. But then, hidden in the corner of the room was the cardboard box I was looking for. The reason I had not been in the attic for years. My mouth a bit dry, my hands trembling. I walked over to it and dragged it over to myself. Then I took a deep breath and opened it. Lying inside was a series of old leather-bound journals I had hoped I'd never ever have to look at again. It was the names and detailed torture and murders of every person my family had killed. The bloody and brutal legacy of the witch-finder generals that we used to be. Except there were no witches. You already know this if you know anything about witch trials. What witch-finder generals were hunting was much, much more ancient. They were hunting old gods. You see, this world belonged to the Ancient Ones long before it became our home. It belonged to beings that were so powerful, they terrified us. But slowly, as the world changed and less people believed in folk tales, so did they stop believing in the tales of the old gods. And what are gods without prayer and fear to keep them powerful and immortal? So they began to live among us to adapt to their mortality, less powerful, less able to protect themselves, and we used this adaptation against them. We hunted them in the name of our God. We told ourselves that this is what needed to be done to keep our species safe. That we are servants of God doing His bidding. My family carried this tradition on for years, finding what was left of the Ancient Ones and decimating them, all the way till my father was born and refused to train the ways of his father. My father killed his father when he was only a teenager. He was trying to protect a girl who would later become his wife, my mother. He kept the journals. He kept them to tell me of the history he was ashamed of, to tell me I must never go down this route. I had read them years ago and shuddered at the amount of lives my family had stolen. And I never had. I had lived a good life and raised a good family. Or so I had thought. I turned to yellow old sheets, reading name after name in faded ink. Finally, I found the thing I was looking for. It was there in the third journal, the last words of an ancient goddess that was burned alive.
Elamen Zarot, Koikai, Eadir Kelpla, Tenu David Okpaya, Edmizdur, Eladi Godora, David, Gaoruf, Uru Kadori.
As I spoke the words aloud, recognizing now that they were not in a language no one understand, but a language no human was supposed to understand, I saw them change slowly to English.
For every one of us you kill, we will take 1,000 of you in return. Our vengeance will speak through your own blood.
But the thing that made my blood run cold were the words Fiona had not said, the words that were below the ones I had just read. Sitting there, written in faded old ink, were the words, "Fear not your death, but what awaits every one of you after." We had agreed that whichever of us died first, if there was an afterlife, we would find a way to come back and let the other know. But I admit, suddenly appearing in his rearview mirror while he was driving alone at night was probably not the best way to do it. I know there's really nothing to be afraid of in the 3 seconds of running in the pitch black from the light switch to my bed. But I've been running for 8 minutes now.
This story was created by user PedanticSeal. The title is The Time I Believe I Could Have Been Kidnapped. Narrated by Silver Underworld's Scary Stories. This happened to me and my friend Nick about 2 months ago. Now, I like to start off to say that I'm non-binary, assigned female at birth, and he is a trans man. Neither of us pass, and we're both under 5'3". I'm 19 and he's 18. We like to meet up at this cupcake and coffee place, usually around late afternoon or early evening. That day was the latter. We have our cupcakes and tea, and by the time we leave the cafe, the sun has gone down. Good time to go home, right? Well, we have this tradition. You see, this cafe was in a strip mall, and it had a big lots. Our tradition was that we each buy one cursed item from said big lots. We bought a carton of Whoopers and a tub of cheese balls. Earlier we had discussed that I would walk him part of the way home, as he told me that he had a random drunk try and grab him when he was jogging earlier that week in the area that we had to walk through. By the time we left, it was already dark out. As we were walking to the school, that is different from the cafe and Nick's house, it came up in conversation that we didn't have anything to protect ourselves. I didn't even have my pocket knife with me, but no worries. Nothing was going to happen. Right? Wrong. We were almost at the school, had just crossed the first street, need to get there in fact, when we heard a car approaching the intersection. We turned to see the car is a white pickup truck. Both of us immediately got a bad vibe. The car starts to slow down too soon and approaches the intersection too slowly, which is unusual, as most of the time cars just sped through. The entire time the guy is watching us. Instead of going through, he pulls over to the lane closer to us and stops, continuing to watch us. He's about 10 feet away, close enough that we can see his face. He was a middle-aged man, but we couldn't see how big he was. We could see that he was grinning. Then we saw someone shuffling in the back of the car, but it was too dark to see what the other guy looked like. The guy's grin flattered. When he noticed us staring back at him, Nick is in a fighting stance, ready to bash whoever comes out of the car with a carton of Whoppers, and I'm behind him, looking over his shoulder, clutching my carton of cheese balls. I don't know what made this dude leave, but after what felt like a solid minute, he drove off. We didn't look away from the car until he was completely out of sight. Both of us walked away from the encounter, feeling like we narrowly escaped from something horrible. Now, I am now hearing this secondhand may not seem scary, but it was to me, and it had a lasting effect. Now, I don't go anywhere without pepper spray and a pocket knife.
Using an ancient magical book, I learned how to teleport. As I was immediately transported into a plane of non-existence, the last thing I saw was a line of red text on the very corner of my vision. Banned for hacking. Duration: forever. A foreign man tried to buy me. By Anonymous. Throwaway count because I don't want my coworkers to accidentally stumble upon this story and somehow be able to identify me. Some information about myself. I'm a trans guy. I was born a female and have been physically transitioning to a male over the last 6 years, using testosterone. I am 100% passing these days. I'm completely stealthy at work. None of the guys have any idea that I was a fab. Edit. A commenter asked what the paragraph above has to do with the story, and I'm really glad they did. It's important for me to be able to introduce myself when talking about the stories from my past, so that I can tell them in current voice and not the one I used to have. Anyways, my story takes place when I was 15 years old. A lot of people would have considered the 15-year-old me conventionally very pretty. I had long, dark brown, straight hair, freckles, tan skin, and bright blue eyes. This day, my mom and I were in Dillard's looking for a particular type of shirt I needed for school. Lucky me, I went to a public school that required uniforms, and our school's colors were very common, so a lot of the more affordable stores had been picked clean. I would consider Dillard's to attract a certain kind of customer most of the time, mostly little old ladies that smell like powder, but I guess creeps can be anywhere. My mom and I were going from rack to rack trying to find school shirts when I noticed a man nearby. I glanced up at him and he was staring at me, smiling. He was probably in his late 30s, very tan with shiny black hair. I looked away and continued searching for clothes. I guess my mom had noticed him too because I could feel that she was tense standing next to me. We calmly walked to a rack further away to see if he would follow, and he did. He kept a little distance, but his eyes stayed locked on me and he continued smiling. He must have watched and followed us for at least 20 minutes. My mom tested him again, and we moved to another rack once more. He followed. This time he came up directly to us and spoke to my mom. "Is this your daughter?" My mom coldly told him yes. "She is very beautiful, a princess." Mom gave him a sharp "thank you" and went to pull me away. He reached for me and shouted, "I would like to buy her. I would like to buy your gorgeous daughter. I will take her with me and give her everything she ever wanted." All the while still trying to grab my arm. I kept stepping backwards, but he continued advancing towards me, staring into my eyes, still talking about making me a princess at his palace. It all happened so fast. Suddenly, Mama Bear mode kicked in, and like lightning, she pulled me behind her to get between me and the man. She pretty much chest bumped him backwards. Through gritted teeth, she hissed at him that if he valued his life, he would leave the store, get into his car, and drive away. He tried to protest once, but my mom roared, "Leave!" His eyes got huge and he fell into a rack of khaki pants trying to get away. We immediately left the store, and in the safety of the car, my mama broke down in tears. I don't remember even being afraid while everything was happening. I was ready to put up a fight of my life, but looking at the tears on my mom's face made me realize exactly how dangerous that situation was. "There are cameras everywhere, so you'll never get away with this," the innocent man said as I aimed my pistol at him. I pointed to my badge, and we both knew I would.
Uncomfortable encounter with a man as a child. Written by Riley14141414.
Narrated by the Night's End Podcast.
I was 12 when this happened. My grandma, her best friend, The best friend's 2 granddaughters, ages 3 and 16, and I went to dinner at the local Mexican restaurant. When we walked in, they sat us down at a bigger table. Across from where I was sitting, there was a 50-ish-year-old man sitting alone at a booth with his sunglasses on. He had a ponytail, a jacket, a t-shirt on, jeans, and he had a big backpack next to him. The table directly beside me was a boy, 12 also, I knew from school. His 2 foster dads and 2 foster sisters, like ages 2 and 3. The older man across from me saw that I was wearing a Nirvana shirt and complimented it. I didn't think anything of it. I just smiled and said thank you. The way the shirt had it, the Nirvana phrase, was placed on my chest area, but I was 12. Didn't even think anything of it. The older man started talking to my friend from school's foster dads. He then asked if he could hold one of the little girls. This is where I started to pay more attention. He held and played with the little girl for a while. I could tell the foster dads were uncomfortable, but were trying to be nice. The old man went back to his table and just sat there. He kept staring at me, and at this point sirens were going off in my head. I was already uncomfortable, and I could feel his stare. Mind you, he wore sunglasses the whole time. He never took them off. He just kept staring at me. I told my grandma I was uncomfortable, and she said just to ignore it. The old man got up and held the little girl again, but without asking this time. He was playing with her and holding her and being really unsettling. The foster dads asked him if he could please put her down, and the older man hesitated, then put her down. He went and sat back down at his table. He continued to stare at me. He looked at me and said, "I really like your shirt." This is when I was ready to go. My food had just arrived and I didn't touch a single bit. My stomach was in knots. I'd never ever felt this way before. I had to go to the bathroom, but where the bathroom was, it's a secluded area where no one could see you. I immediately knew in my gut that if I got up to go, the older man would follow me. Again, it's a secluded area and a one-person bathroom. I was ready to throw up, I was so scared. I told my grandma that I had to pee, but was scared the man would follow me and hurt me. My grandma's best friend's granddaughter was getting off vibes from him the whole time. She took a picture of him in case he did anything. We told the waiter we were ready to go and asked for the check. We went to get up and the man tried to talk to me, and the best friend's granddaughter said, "Leave her alone." When we got to the counter, my grandma told the owner that the older man was being really creepy and it made me feel really uncomfortable. The owner apologized and said he would take care of it. We left and dropped everyone off. It was just me and my grandma driving when I saw him walking on the side of the road. I told my grandma, and she said he probably got kicked out. I went home and told my mum how he made me feel, and she told me to always trust my gut. I told my dad and he said, "Well, what do you want me to do about it? It's over." My father is a whole story for another time. I took the Nirvana shirt off and never wore it again. I went to school the next day and asked my friend who was at the table next to me what happened after I left. He said the guy tried to hold his little sister again, and they kicked him out. I'm so thankful I trusted my gut. I know he would have done something. Thank God I've never seen the man again.
As the electricity flows into the heater, I feel warmth in my hands for the first time in weeks. So, big shout out to all my patrons for tonight, and don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe.
Hello everyone, Grim here, and today I'm going to be reading a story by the name of Please Don't Wave at Strangers, written by the user Wrong Definition 465. So, sit back, relax, and enjoy. I went to the library yesterday to drop off some books that were due. But when I drove up to the outdoor book return, the chute wouldn't open. I figured I must not have known how to open it, so I decided to go inside and return them. As I was walking towards the door, I noticed a man with earbuds sitting on a bench near the entrance. I thought nothing of it and kept walking, but when I got to the door, I found that it was locked. I was surprised because I didn't think the library would be closed yet. I knew they were supposed to be closed for Labor Day, but I didn't think it would be yesterday. There were cars parked outside too. I shrugged it off and walked back to my car, which was parked a few meters away. I didn't look behind me, but as I was walking back, I heard the man singing loudly to himself. It sounded more like he was yelling. He was saying, "Goa, Goa, Goa." I thought it was a little bit weird and wondered if he was directing it at me because I was leaving, but I just ignored it. I've never heard anyone sing to themselves in public like that, so it creeped me out a little, but not enough to raise red flags. As soon as I got back to the car, the man started waving at me to come over. I froze for a moment because I wondered what he needed. I was the only one in the parking lot, so I was sure he wasn't beckoning to anyone else. But then I remembered a warning my father had given me not to come over when a stranger beckons me. He specifically told me that because of this one encounter I had at a park that was similar. That's another story. Either way, I found it odd, so I locked my doors and drove away. He kept staring at my car as I left. I felt guilty because I didn't want to seem rude or stuck up, but I didn't know what his intentions were. I gave it some thought later and figured he might have just wanted to tell me that the library was closed, but if he had wanted to tell me, he could have told me when I was at the door. There was no reason for him to beckon me over after I had just gotten into my car. I honestly don't know what to make of it. I think I may have overreacted a little. I suppose I could have driven up to the curb and lowered my window, but I didn't like the idea of that either. It could have been completely harmless and I misjudged, but I can't tell for sure. I didn't mean to be rude, I just drove away because the situation creeped me out. Final edit. The title is a little misleading. A fairer way to say would be, please don't beckon at strangers.
"20 minutes after the scheduled drop-off, she stifled her anxiety and called the school to ask why her son's bus was running so late. The woman on the other end sounded more panicked than she felt when she said, "Is this another inquiry about bus 203? I promise we're working with the police and doing everything we can to find where they went." Creepy guy hiding in the garden. By the minimum switch. So this happened to me when I was 11 or 12 years old, over a decade ago, and I still remember it vividly. At the time, I lived in a semi-detached house with my mom, dad, and siblings. It was a decent size, but the most impressive part was the garden, which essentially had 3 levels. The first level was concrete, the second was grass, and the third, also grass, also had my trampoline on it. At the very end of the garden was a tree embankment. The area I lived in was somewhat hilly. One morning I woke up to a cracking sound like a snapping branch, and I was worried since a week earlier a tree from the embankment had fallen onto our neighbor's garden. My bedroom was at the back of the house overlooking the garden, so I opened the curtains to see if another tree had fallen. Instead, I saw a guy hiding in one of the trees in the garden. He was pale with blonde hair and wearing all black clothing. He was looking directly at me, presumably because he saw the curtain move. He started smirking and moved his finger in a "come here" motion. I totally freaked out and shouted for my mom and dad to come into my room. I was so scared I physically felt like I couldn't move. This was super early in the morning, by the way, around 5 a.m., so it took my dad about 30 seconds to get into my room, at which point the stranger had hid behind the trees. I remember being really shaken up. I was crying whilst I told my dad what happened. He went out to the back garden to see if he could spot the guy, but he was gone by that point. A bit of time passed and I started to forget about it. Then about 3 months after, my mom and I were watching TV together after I finished school. The doorbell rang, my mom went to answer the door. I looked out the window of the living room where we sat and saw a white van parked outside. It was the same white van as my uncle's, so I walked out of the living room and into the hallway to say hi to him. When I got to the porch where my mom was standing, I realized it wasn't my uncle. It was the same guy I had seen in the garden a few months prior, and it really freaked me out. He noticed me as I walked behind my mom and gave me the same smirk of when he was in the garden. I wanted to say something to my mom, but I couldn't. I was freaking out inside. Anyways, he just asked my mom if she wanted some work done on the drive. She said no, and he left, got back in the van, and drove off. He didn't give her a business card or anything, and the van didn't have any company branding, and he didn't knock on any of our neighbors' doors. I told my mom that it was the same guy as soon as he went, and she started to feel uneasy about the situation too. A month or so after, I got my first job doing the paper round. I had to deliver over 300 papers with my best friend at the time. It was getting towards winter, and it was dark around 4:30 p.m. We'd been doing this job together for around a month. When the one evening after school it was super dark and rainy, we were about halfway through delivering the newspapers when a van started following us, driving really slow, at the same pace we were walking. We clocked that it was following us after a minute, and we started to panic as I noticed it was the same guy again. We left the newspaper trolley and started to walk quite fast up the hill. We were about a 10-minute walk from my house. I rang my mom, who made me stay on the line while she left the house to meet us. She told us to go to the corner shop. From where we were, that was about a minute away. When we made to the shop, the van sped off really fast. The police were called, who came to my house for a report. We told them everything. That was the last time I ever saw the creepy stranger, but I still remember what he looked like so vividly. I killed a rat today. And as I removed the shiv from Vinny's spleen, the shocked faces of the other inmates made it clear that no one will ever tell the guards about this gang's activities again.
The story is entitled The Balaclava Man Hanging on My Window Ledge, written by Obi-R0n-Ken0bi, narrated by Phoenix Fire. This happened to me when I was 9 years old, 28 years ago, but I still remember it so vividly. I lived at the time in a seaside resort called Blackpool, England, in a modest 4-bedroom house. The area itself was good with very little crime or concern. Until that night. I shared a bedroom with my brother. We had bunk beds, and I was on the top bunk. The bedroom was on the first floor at the rear of the property. My bedroom overlooked the back garden. One night, I was awoken by the sound of a window lock being tried. I opened my eyes and looked towards the bottom of the bed, which faced the 4 large windows. To my horror, someone was outside, perched on the window ledge, attempted to get in through my window. I froze in horror, not daring to allow them to see I was awake. I remember sliding back down into my bed, keeping as still as possible. I lied there for no more than a minute, but it felt like an eternity. My heart was beating that loudly, I was sure it would give me away. When my eyes closed, I stayed still listening to them shuffle across to the next window. Unlike before, I could now hear a screwdriver or something in his hand, which was being used a little more forcibly to get in. Without moving, I opened one eye ever so slightly to see whether I could make out who this person was. A security light at the back of the property suddenly triggered mid-look. I panicked. Surely now he'd see me? Now he knew I was there. Staring back at me was a dark figure, black clothes, wearing a matching balaclava, only his eyes on show. This horrible, startled, piercing look, clearly having been caught off guard by the security light. He froze and just stared. He didn't move an inch. I was now set up, equaling as stunned, staring back, locked by fear. I immediately jumped off the top of my bunk bed. There wasn't time for stairs, screaming for my parents as I ran out of the room and into theirs. They tried convincing me it was a bad dream and told me to get back into bed. There was obviously no chance of that happening, and after a couple of minutes, they agreed to go and investigate, which simply entailed looking through my bedroom window. Nobody was there. They had gone. I got back into bed, still almost frozen with fear. What if he had gotten in? He might be in the room right now. He could comfortably fit in my wardrobe, or even under the bed. My brother, who was 6 years my junior, had slept through the whole episode and was no use. Looking down my bed towards the window again, I noticed the latch on the 4th window. It had been left open inside. A simple pull from outside would have easily opened it. I shut my eyes and remember silent tears falling down my cheeks. If he was in my room and knew I was awake, he might harm me to keep me quiet. Pretending to be asleep seemed the best option. And eventually, I must have nodded off. I was woken up the next day by the sound of my cat outside screeching in the garden. Daylight came through the windows, and the bedroom didn't feel anywhere near as scary as the night before. Cautiously, I walked towards my bedroom window. I noticed marks around the window locks from the outside where the paint had been scraped. It wasn't a bad dream. My cat screeched again, and I heard a commotion outside, below me in the garden. 3 police sniffer dogs were parading around. A policeman was stood talking to my mom. I rushed outside but was quickly ushered back into the house and was told to take the cat indoors. The look on my mom's face, I knew she was trying to hide something from me. The ambulance, which arrived a short while later, gave it all away. Apparently, it turned out someone had broken into the house next door through the back bedroom windows. The motive? Well, it appeared to have been a simple theft, but the elderly lady who came across the intruder had been found dead at the bottom of her stairs. The police never found out who it was. But then again, they never dusted our windows for prints, as my story was never told. We left the house and moved away within 6 months. I still think they feel guilty for not listening to me and not acting differently. Even to this day, my parents don't wish to talk about it whenever I try and bring it up.
As they lowered my son into his grave, I took out my cell phone and looked at him one last time. It made me smile to realize the sedative hadn't worn off yet, and the casket's Wi-Fi camera was holding strong.
Halloween and Bloody Knives. Written by No Honey Medved.
Narrated by Creepypasta.
This happened over a decade ago, but I only recently found this sub and I think it's a good fit. It was Halloween of 2008. I was in college and still in a relationship with my first serious boyfriend. We'd been together since high school, and it took this night to show me our relationship was abusive. It took one more incident before I finally left him for good. He was wonderful when sober, if intense and controlling, but when he was drunk, I learned he was truly terrifying. This was the first such incident that truly scared me. He'd joined in a dumb game, some Gatorade and Shine challenge. They'd empty a bottle of Gatorade at least halfway, fill the rest up with moonshine. The goal was to finish the bottle within an hour and then tell them crazy stories. Well, he completed the challenge, but he never did tell his friends the story. He couldn't remember most of it, and it painted him in a horrific light. I knew things were heading downhill when he started calling me a slut after saying hi to a guy friend at the party we were at. I decided that we'd better head home before he got any worse. I thought I could nip it in the bud, manage it. We get home and change out of our costumes. James wanted to have sex, but in his state, and after what he'd called me, I wasn't interested. Oddly enough, it led to him calling me a whore. I left the apartment to go smoke. Our neighbors were having a party and 2 guys were outside smoking as well. They came over to see if I was okay. I had been crying and they'd heard the yelling. I said I was, which they could obviously see was a lie. They let me know that if I needed help, they'd help me. James chose that moment to come outside. He said he'd heard us, and he told them to get away from me, stalking towards them. I stood up to get between them. They told me that they'd meant what they said and to not forget it. Then told him to watch himself. I was facing them to say bye and thanks for the offer when one of the guys gasped, staring at my boyfriend in shock. I turned around and my eyes immediately caught on the ground. Just as what I was seeing registered, the other guy lunged forward and grabbed me, pulling me behind him. What was on the ground that had elicited such a reaction, you ask? Blood. Blood was dripping on the ground from his hand. He was holding a knife so tightly that he'd sliced his own hand open. I begged him to drop it, which he only agreed to when I walked back towards him. I was an idiot, I know. The two guys seemed at a loss, and I feel so bad for them, having their Halloween ruined by this scary, crazy bullshit. They left me to it after I swore I'd be fine, reiterating that I could come to them for help. We got inside and I immediately started hiding all the sharp objects. I called James's roommates, begging them to come home. He started screaming to give the knives back. How I was a slut and I wouldn't even have sex with him. What use was I? I called my parents and I left. I then called his mother because I was scared that he'd hurt himself. She told me that he was my problem now. I should have called the police, but I didn't want to ruin his life. I know. I'm ashamed to say that I got back together with him for 6 more months of hell after that. But today, I can safely say, James, please, let's not meet ever again.
As we got into space, going as far as we could, we found an invisible wall surrounding our solar system. A voice came out of the void. Quarantine has not been lifted in this area yet. He took a particularly sadistic joy in driving drunk, and he sneered as he sped past a memorial for a child he hit the year prior. After they extracted his body from the car and brought him to the morgue, the coroner noted how much the bruise on his right foot looked like a child's hand. What is Your Fear? By 242. Narrated by 242 Reads and Limited Stories. What is your worst fear? What would you do to get over it? These are the words at the top of the site from a link my friend sent me. I raised my eyebrow as I looked it over and laughed a little to myself. Halloween was tomorrow, and I was sure Sam was just trying to give me a little chill. I read on. Maybe you fear heights and would give your left kidney to get over it. Just the thought of stepping on a ladder makes you break in a cold sweat. How about being buried under 6 feet of ground? Make you lose your breath at the thought? What would you give to get out of such a fear? Tell us down below what you're scared of and what you give to get over it. NoMoreFear.com has your fear in the bag. There was a box down below that I could type into. I laughed a little as I looked at the flashing cursor in the box. Like it was teasing me to write something, anything. I thought about it. What was my worst fear? What would make me break into a chill at the mere thought of it? I rested my hand on my keyboard, watching the flashing on the screen for a moment before I started to type, being truthful. I fear most being locked in a room with no way out. Under what I typed was the question, what would you give up for it? I had to think long and hard about it. I laughed as I typed my friendship with my best friend. I just couldn't think of anything better. I mean, I could have put one of my kidneys, but that seemed too easy to me. So I wanted to go with something odd. I shook my head and closed the site before getting up and heading to bed. The next day was Halloween, and my parents were heading to a party that night. Since I didn't drink or anything, I said I would give out the candy for the kids. I won't lie, I love seeing the kids having fun in their costumes. I sat down to watch a horror movie as I waited for the kids to come to the door. Near 9 p.m., I was about to turn off the lights. The candy was low. No, I didn't eat any. Okay, I had some. and I needed to head to bed to get up early tomorrow to hang out with Sam for our breakfast sundae. When I got up, I heard a knock at the door. I sighed and grabbed the bowl of candy, seeing 5 pieces left. Did I really eat so much? I thought as I looked at the small pile of wrappers next to where I was sitting. Oops, I thought as I headed to the door, hoping for only a kid or two. With a small creak, my door opened, and I looked out to see, but not seeing a cute kid in a costume, but a full-grown man. He was covered in black from head to toe. Before I could slam the door closed, he put his foot in the way and then pushed his way in with ease. The candy bowl went flying as I turned around to run, but before me stood another man in all black like the man at the door. Before I could even scream, my mouth was covered and the door behind me was closed as I heard the click of the light for outside turn off. Tears ran down my face as I tried to pull away, but of course the guy behind me grabbed my hands, and so were my feet before I could really think. I only remembered darkness after that. They must have knocked me out somehow. My next memory was waking up in a room. It only had one light above, with that dangling chain to turn it off and on. I was laying on a bed, a very old and dirty one, but a bed. Inside the room was a small desk with paper and pen. I rubbed my throbbing head as I walked over to it. On top was written, "Welcome, Sarah, to your greatest fear. We know you're about to panic, but please remember to breathe. There's no way out of this room. We hope you enjoy your greatest fear, brought to you by NoMoreFear.com." I stared at the note for a moment before I looked around. The window was boarded up, no light able to get in. I walked over to the window and tried to open it, and it was even nailed down. I moved to the door next and tried to open it, and the knob wouldn't turn. One knock on the door and I knew that it was a solid door, not a hollow one. A cold sweat started to cover my body as I sat down on the ground. I started to feel my breath leaving me as I felt my heart racing. No, I had not lied about this fear. I was stuck in this room with no way out. Time started to race and slow at the same time. I closed my eyes as I tried to focus on my breathing. Focus on something else, I told myself, trying to make my mind work on anything else. 1, 2, I'm stuck in a room. 4, 5, help me someone. 6, 7, 8, I'm going to die here. 10, 11, why is this happening? 13, 14, 15, wait, NoMoreFear.com? I got to my feet and headed to the table, looking at the note again. The words of that website with my name on this paper. How did the website track me? How did they know it was me? How could this be a thing, and what could they get out of this? This can't be a real thing, can it? I felt an anger boil deep inside me. I started to throw everything. The desk, the bed. I couldn't think straight. I'd been set up. I fell to my knees and screamed loudly in pure anger. When I started to calm down, I looked at the wall behind the desk, and there was some light. I tilted my head. There was a door. It was very small, enough for someone to crawl through. I pushed the door open, and it creaked open slowly. It was a small tunnel. It was a way out of this place, but it could be a trap as well. I shook my head and started to crawl through it. There was a light at the end, but it was hard to make out what it was before me. It was blindingly bright. I heard the door behind me close and clicked. I swallowed hard, but kept going forward. Each move forward was slow and careful. I looked down at the ground to not look at the light. I kept my mind on counting to keep calm. 1, 2, 3. Forward slowly, one hand, then leg. 4, 5, 6. I could hear dirt moving. The air was musty, but I didn't let myself think about it. 7, 8, 9. I got to the light and could see I could turn to the right, away from it. 10, 11, 12. I moved down the path till I reached another door that pushed open for me. I got up and rubbed the dust out of my eyes. That's when I saw 5 people in all black clothes, each one standing and looking at me. 2 grabbed me before I could run or move.
"Let me go, you sick fucks!"
I yelled. One removed his mask, and I looked at Sam in shock. He was my friend the longest out of all the people I knew.
You passed the test, Sarah,
he said with a smile.
Shame we had to miss our breakfast for this, but how do you feel?
How do I feel? Like shit, you son of a...
Now, Sarah,
he said, cutting me off.
Do you really think that's the way to talk to your best friend? Oh, wait. Your price was me, wasn't it?
That had been my joke price. I couldn't think of what to say.
Don't worry. If you join us to free others from their fears, you need not to pay your price.
He smiled as he walked close to me. I was about to yell hell no, but then I thought about it. The thought of tight rooms or locks in a room no longer made me scared. I had faced my fear. Who's the next target? I asked Sam, who smiled wider.
That's what I was hoping to hear. Come on, we need to do some work.
I smiled, but felt cold inside. If I could keep my best friend and help people overcome their own worst fear, I might have no choice but to join them. I was touched when my ailing grandmother said, "I will always watch over you from above," before succumbing to her illness. Now, at night, I sleep sideways just to avert her gaze. Joe and Pop's Coffee Shop. Written and narrated by P.A. Nightmares.
Joe sat on the couch, watching the commercial with his father. They had filmed the commercial using the remainder of their excess spending money. Finances had been tight. They needed to try to drum up some extra business at the coffee shop. The TV played in the background. "Come to Joe and Pop's Coffee Shop, where we do coffee right. All of our own blends are crafted on site. Your taste buds will not be disappointed. We are starting our pumpkin spice blend tomorrow, and the first 500 customers get a 50% off discount. See you then." Right after the commercial was over, the phone rang. It was Pop's vendor. He called with some bad news. "Hey, Pops, due to the pandemic, I can't get you the ingredients you need for your pumpkin spice latte. I'm sorry, man, but if you want, I can get you in touch with a friend of mine that can get you what you need." So his vendor gave Pops the number and the name of his contact, and Pops called him immediately following the conversation. "Hello?" A gruff voice answered after a few rings. "Who are you, and how'd you get this number?" "Hi, Tyler. You can call me Pops. Mark told you I was calling. He said you can get me the ingredients I need for my home blend of pumpkin spice." Pop finished, hoping on all hope that he would get the answer he wanted. "Oh yeah, he did mention that. Yes, I can get you what you need for a price, of course." He finished with a chuckle. "Of course. How does 500 sound? I mean, I can't afford much currently, but I can pay you more later down the road." Pops finished. He was worried he might not be able to pay the man enough. "You know what, Pops? Normally, I charge far more, but I like you. You sound like good people. I'll have you stuffed to you by 6 a.m. tomorrow." Pops finished by thanking the man and hung up the phone. Pops looked at his son and spoke. "Well, Joe, it's time to head to bed. Hopefully, we will have a very busy day tomorrow." Joe got up and headed towards his room, with Pops close behind. The next morning, Pops and Joe were at the coffee shop at 5 a.m., ready to get the coffee blended, brewed, and ready to serve before 9 a.m. rolled around and the doors opened up. They got all the ingredients ready. He had cinnamon, nutmeg, ginger, cloves, allspice, and yes, that very special ingredient that made Pop's pumpkin spice the best in the county. Many have asked him what it was, but he would never tell. Joe wasn't even privy to it just yet. By the time 9 a.m. rolled around, there was a line from the front door practically wrapping around the entire building. I guess the commercial did the trick, Pops thought to himself. The second the doors opened up, excited patrons flew into the shop. Pops had even thought of clever names for the size of drinks, just for fun. A customer walked to the counter. "Hi, Pops. Can I get a baby spice latte for the missus and a king pumpkin for myself?" he said. The coffee flew off the shelf, and before he knew it, he had sold over 100 cups of coffee, then 2, then 5. Everyone in the town must have shown up for his coffee. This brought a smile to Pop's face, until the first customer dropped to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Joe, being the kind soul he was, ran over to the patron and checked on him. Before Pops knew what was happening, more and more patrons dropped to the ground. The first one had stopped convulsing. Pops was on the phone dialing 911 when he heard the scream. He looked over and saw the first man on top of Joe, biting his face. Blood was everywhere. Pops was frantically shouting at the 911 operator that the patrons were attacking his son. As this was happening, others stood up, shambling towards Pops. He had a choice to make. Should he grab a shotgun and defend himself and possibly help his boy, but hurting innocent people in the process? Or go back into the back and hunker down? Before he could make the choice, it was made for him. His boy stopped screaming, lying there still, not breathing. Pops ran into the back, barricading the door. After what felt like an eternity, he heard the police sirens. The officers could be heard shouting at the patrons, but soon enough, he heard gunfire. Then, it was absolutely quiet. Pop slowly exited the back to see his son's body, and the bodies of the few patrons that had not drunk the pumpkin spice lattes. He exited the shop, and was shocked to find the officers dead. They had killed some of the patrons that attacked them. Unsure of what to do, he went searching for anyone that might still be alive. The town looked abandoned. Pops did not want to call them zombies, but they shambled around and ate people. What else could he call them? He finally came to a church. It was an old stone building that'd make for a great shelter. He knocked on the front door, but received no answer. So he opened the door, and there stood one man, the pastor. "Oh, thank God, Pastor, you're still alive." However, as he drew closer, he noticed the pastor had turned. The pastor attacked him and Pops killed him. The situation and the grief overwhelmed him as he heard the horde approaching. So, as one last act of defiance, he cocked the shotgun and made his death swift.
The flooding in my dad's basement was becoming an issue. But when I found that second basement is when the nightmare truly began. Are You Afraid of Death? By ScareTheater. Narrated by As the Raven Dreams.
Death. The end of the life of a person or organism. Death is unique in that everyone perceives it differently. Some of us see death as something that is beautiful, something that should be cherished. Some of us, however, are afraid to die. The state of no longer existing is incomprehensible and terrifying. Maybe this is why religion was created. To give sufferers of thanatophobia hope that they can live on even after they die. Are you afraid of death? Harry was. Harry was raised in a Christian family, and although he still had faith in his religion, he had doubts from time to time. Seeing all the chaos going on in the world made him question the righteousness and existence of God. That little girl on the news last night that was kidnapped assaulted and murdered. How could such a god allow that to happen? Was that little girl now rejoicing in heaven, or has she simply vanished from existence? These were the types of thoughts that crossed his mind almost daily. And then he found his answer. One day, while walking home from school, Harry was waiting to cross the street. When the little symbol of the pedestrian lit up on the traffic light, he began walking. As he was nearly midway across the street, a reckless driver sped through the red light and made a beeline straight towards Harry. Harry turned his head just in time to notice the car's headlights were turned on, and then Harry was turned off. Sort of. As the car collided with Harry, his body flew up into the air and smashed right into the ground. He felt his bones everywhere cracking, and he wanted to let out a deafening scream, but he couldn't. As his skull cracked open and blood began pouring out of his head like a waterfall, the only thing he could think about was screaming to alleviate the excruciating pain, but his mouth was frozen. In fact, his entire body was frozen. His eyes, which were still open, would not shut. His heart stopped beating, and he was no longer breathing. It was as if each of his organs were paralyzed. Yet somehow, he was still able to perceive things. He was beyond terrified. "Oh shit! Oh shit!" the driver said as he ran from his car towards Harry's limp body. Harry, still limp on the ground, listened to the driver calling the police. "Hello? Yeah. I just hit someone with my car. No, it was an accident. I don't know. I think he's dead." Harry listened to the driver's entire conversation with the police. They kept him on the phone until the police finally arrived. There was a medical examiner with them that checked Harry's pulse and told the officers that he was dead. The driver began crying, and Harry wanted to cry much more, but clearly he could not. One of the police officers closed Harry's eyes, now limiting one of his senses. He was now in the dark, and was filled with an even greater sense of dread as he felt his body being lifted up and taken away. Several weeks went by, and he really didn't know where he was, until, eventually, the day of his funeral came. He felt himself being placed into a casket, and heard all of the preparations of the funeral, hours before it actually began. From the way things sounded, it was an open casket. As time passed, more people congregated into the church where the funeral was taking place. He heard people go up and speak about how great of a person he was, and how much shame it was that his life had been cut so short. The most difficult part for Harry was how uncontrollably his mother was crying. She would try to hold it in, but her wails would break through the silence she so vigorously tried to create. When she came up to look into the casket, she completely lost it as she broke into tears. If there was something that Harry wanted more than anything at this time, it was to be able to open his eyes and see his mother one last time. The funeral ended, and Harry heard his casket shut. He felt himself being carried to his burial plot and being lowered into the ground. He had definitely experienced a lot of terrifying things in his life, but nothing could compare to this. Being buried alive? Well, no, dead, actually. It was making him agonizingly claustrophobic. There was no relief from this anguish, yet the years passed anyway. As the time went on, things only got more and more difficult. He had no way of telling what time it was, whether anyone was walking above him, or really anything at all for that matter. He just felt bitterly cold. It wasn't long before the bugs were able to make their way into the casket as well. The bugs hardly even bothered him as they crawled up and down his body, into what was left of his decaying skin. He sometimes tried to escape reality by thinking of past events in his life, but the state that he was in proved inescapable, even temporarily. Harry was truly doomed to a terrible fate for eternity. He had lost all faith. Trust me, death is not the end, but you will wish it was.
I was born blind, but was lucky enough to have a loving mother who took care of my every need. Imagine the betrayal I felt when a stitch slipped and a ray of light hit my eye for the first time.
The Blood Curse. Written and narrated by Lady Spookaria. My family made a dark pact with a demon centuries ago. We were at war with a rival family for the throne, and things were getting desperate. We had lost most of the battles and a lot of our territory. Nearly all of the potential heirs had perished or were maimed to a point where they could not be king. Most of our allies had gone to the opposite side. Our few remaining allies told us it was time to give up. Our time had come to an end, and to accept it. We were fighting a lost cause. Perhaps we would have been offered clemency, even a decent rank if we relented. Otherwise, our days were numbered. I sincerely believe they didn't think they would have survived without the pledge. Maybe the family would have been purged if they didn't. Or they could have found a way to escape, even thrive. Who knows what would have actually happened? It is said the pact was made in the ruins of a desecrated church. It was our church. My family paid to have it built, my ancestors' ancestors, and they took great pain to make it beautiful to behold. A sign of our undying faith and devotion. At one time, anyway. The family coat of arms was broken. It lay on the floor in pieces and was soiled on by the foe. The rival family had herded peasants inside and they burnt it to the ground. The people were burned alive. It is said that even now, their haunted screams can be heard by anyone and everyone who goes near it. They wander around the site, angry and in terrible pain. A sacred place forever corrupt and tainted. The church was never rebuilt and the site remains in ruins. Every time a developer tries to build on the site, there are always deaths and a lot of accidents that occur. The plans are always abandoned until it's forgotten completely. When they entered, they found the place had been destroyed. The aroma of burning flesh and rotting corpses both urged them to act, and as a warning, the two remaining brothers bickered between themselves, one in favor and one against it. They decided to leave it to a game of chance. They drew sticks to decide what they would do. 3 times fate was in favor of the summoning, as though there was no other option for them. It is unknown which rite they used. The demon was raised from the abyss, and they crudely bargained with the trickster, who knew which buttons to press. It used their anger, pain, desperation, and they made a terrible deal. They would get what they desired, but nothing ever came for free. The exact location where the rite took place is haunted, cursed, and no animals go there. No plants grow in that area. It is completely barren. No one in my family has visited the place in over 100 years. The last person, a distant aunt, died after tearing her own eyes and hair from her head. Her screams were now part of the symphony of death. I heard that she now acts as a grim herald of woe. Her whispers warn the elders of my family about what is going to come, what danger they need to prepare for. The debt wasn't the brothers only, it passed to their children, and to their children's children. Even if someone married into another family, the curse would follow them. Even when we are far from the cursed ground, the wicked pact follows us wherever we go. Always passed down through families. And even when my ancestors traveled away to distant lands in search of a cure, a spell, anything or anyone that could help us, it followed us. No shaman's words, exorcisms, prayers, anything, nothing worked to remove it. Each time they were powerless, and the demon would claim what was owed. It wasn't the only thing to be riddled with death. Our bodies and those close to us always suffer. Our homes soon fall to decay. Businesses regularly go bankrupt. And we often become outsiders wherever we go. Our pets always end up dying, and we have black thumbs, so our gardens always look terrible. All plants we own die. Nothing ever grows. Death follows us wherever we go. But anyway, the ritual was made and the demon had been summoned. I don't even know the name of the demon. No one does. I guess they didn't think about what the cost would be to their entire bloodline. When they summoned him and they asked for victory, they got it. One of the brothers was placed on the throne, but it didn't take long before sterility took hold. My family produces plenty of daughters, but few sons. If they did, the sons were never quite right. Their minds were always cruel and twisted, as though the demon's soul resided in them and mocked them for their choice their ancestor had made. In the past, it was devastating to family fortunes. We have also been riddled with sickness, infertility, murder, unhappy marriages, disgrace. The other brother, angry for being passed over, was furious and soon. It was brother against brother. Both sides of the family clashed, and sins against family were committed time and time again. We lost the throne we made the bargain for to begin with. So, all the suffering that followed was for nothing. Another family rose, and were surprisingly merciful to the remnants of my family. They lost their status but didn't lose their lives. The remaining sides of the family married into each other, and never did the family ever rise to former prominence. They did all they could to restore what was left of the family fortune. There were whispers about the family being off, tainted with madness and depravity. They weren't wrong. The demon still collected the suffering of the family. The issues continued, and we weren't able to hold it back anymore. Every decade, in order to reduce the impact of the curse on all the members of the family, all the suffering is focused on one person. The pain of one person to ease the suffering of all. Someone gets sacrificed, and everyone in the family is forced to watch and participate. The harm done to those who participate is lessened each time it happens. It is at a point now that no one in the family has ever been destitute. Our businesses tend to do okay. Never great, but they don't sink anymore. Perhaps a life of mediocrity is part of the demon's great plan for us. As you can imagine, family gatherings are never pleasant. When my friends ask why I don't like my family, it is difficult to tell them why. I can't tell them. I just tell them that they're weird or that they make me uncomfortable. Neither is a lie. It isn't easy speaking to people who would do that to you, or someone you were close to, or who would take pleasure in it. We have to keep up appearances and spend time with each other. All the family gatherings have tasty food, gifts, and fake insincere smiles. Every time I see them, all I can think of is, who will be next? How many of them would delight if it was me or one of my siblings rather than their own children? The way we decide who eventually dies is, apparently, a name is pulled out of a hat by a council of elders, or whispers from the ghost of the distant aunt. One of my cousins told me they go by the least favored child, something the child has done to make people angry or hostile in some way, the one who is least likely to achieve anything in life. How it is decided makes zero difference because in the end, it doesn't matter. My name was drawn. I am doomed to die. I am not innocent. I have done this since I was a child. I willingly joined in with the bloody rite. Each time I focused on what needed to be done. It was a task that had to be completed. Something we had to do, not something we wanted to do. I didn't care about the pain of my extended family members. It is normal for us. Many family members tend to resort to an outside means as a method to cope. We can go to no one for help. It is a secret. Each of us caught up in our own personal hell. It is as normal as any other family tradition. Even though I knew there was a chance, I never believed my name would be finally written in blood on the household door. There were no warning signs that something was coming. No haunted whispers. Nothing that I could foresee what was going to come. It wouldn't have mattered if it did. Can I run? Well, I don't think I would get far. And I know what will happen to my family if the ritual doesn't happen. All the suffering would return. Perhaps the demon would be angry at them. I don't know. Either way, who can I go to without incriminating myself in the process? So, I have to endure all of it. I will be taken deep into the woods. So deep that no one ever goes out that far. Away from any prying eyes or help that could rescue me. We would walk through the forest for days until we reached our destination. There is no mistake it will be me who will be sacrificed. I will wear a coarse red gown with a red dot on the front and back. The rest of the family will be cloaked and masked. Their faces hidden from view. I will be able to tell who each person is though. Perhaps the masks are to keep people anonymous, just in case we were caught by some good Samaritan. The skulls of previous family members who have been sacrificed will surround me in a circle. It is said they whisper things. Sometimes encouragement, other times threats, and perhaps even deranged babbling. A pattern is painted on the floor using the blood of the previous victim. Offers of food, gold, and other valuables are placed around in a circle, as much as the family as the collective can afford. The demon does not tolerate cheap or shabby offerings. And from what I know, there is no specific time during the night it is done. The elders chant some strange words, and the hourglass begins. This is always when it is the most awkward. Sometimes people would beg and scream. Others would try to run. But some just simply accept their fate. The family, everyone, from the elders to the children will be there to witness, and slice or pierce my body. If you are old enough to hold a pen, you are old enough to join in on the rite. I will slowly be skinned alive. If I'm not alive throughout, then the process won't work. My blood will be drained for the next ritual. Slowly, each of my organs will be pierced. Enough to drain me of life, but not to kill me. Never to actually kill me. My body will be slowly roasted. All to prolong life, and cause as much suffering for as long as possible. If I'm in pain, then the demon will see it, feel it, and not spread the suffering to my other family members. Or maybe it will lessen the toll they experience. Once that is complete, and if it is done correctly, I will still be alive. And my family will tear pieces of flesh from my living body, and they will consume it. The last thing I will see is my family devouring me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die like this. They're here. For me.
I was about to call the police on my neighbors because they kept flickering the lights on and off. But then I realized they were spelling SOS in Morse code.
This story is entitled The Shadow Man, written by Phoenix Fire. This story is also loosely based off true events. Darkness. Pitch black, ice-cold darkness. I have seen it now for quite some time. That night was the first time since I woke up that I realized that my room was freezing cold and darker than normal. I rolled onto my back and looked around in confusion. It was so damn dark. So pitch black dark. But I could see. It was all so clear. I looked around, still groggy from my sleep aid. There was a cabinet, a queen-sized wooden bed with a wooden nightstand next to it, a dresser with a mirror attached, and a small chair in the corner of the room. All of it felt unusual, yet so familiar. Out of nowhere, there he sat, the Shadow Man. I could see him sitting in the small chair in the corner of the room towards the foot of the bed. He opened his eyes and stared at me. He had short black hair and a pale face. He wore a black coat with a red collar and a black shirt underneath. He looked at me with luminous, penetrating red eyes and growled,
"Hello there. Would you like to leave?"
I froze. What did he say? Did he just ask if I wanted to leave? I remained quiet. He stood up and walked toward me. I was petrified. The fear held me prisoner under the covers as he approached me. Panic struck me like a bolt of lightning as my heart began to race. It felt like it was going to beat right out of my chest.
"If you would like to leave, speak now,"
he blustered in a baritone, hair-raising, cadaverous voice. Whatever he was, it wasn't human.
"Who the fuck are you? What do you want from me?"
I managed to stammer out. My breathing became labored. I was sweating so much I felt glued between the blanket and the mattress. An evil grin uncoiled across his pale face as his eyes narrowed into slits. He let out a low growl that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand at end. Long, blood-stained, razor-sharp teeth spilled over his black lips.
"Do you want to leave?
He boomed. His voice echoed through the room so garishly, the walls shook. I was trembling so bad I felt like I was going to piss myself. The covers were going to pulverize my ribs at any moment now, it seemed. Yes, I want to leave. Let me out of here, I finally screamed. My head began to dizzy, and I felt like I was going to pass out. My heart felt like it was going to burst. He ripped the covers back, grabbed my ankle, and dragged me out of bed. I was completely stiff with fear. Every muscle felt paralyzed. I could do nothing but helplessly watch from within my own body. My body hit the wall as my head thudded like a rock against the floor. The force of which I was being dragged seared a friction burn right into my back. Why couldn't I move? My vision was blurred from the sweat and tears in my eyes. Rattling. I think I hear rattling. The ringing in my ears was so loud it was hard to determine what was happening. I think he was opening a strange door that I didn't recognize. I felt a rush of bitterly cold air sweep over me, and I was yanked even harder through a doorway.
You wanted to leave. Now's your chance. I will give you until the count of 3. Get up and run.
My body slammed into the ground, knocking the air out of me as he let me go. His footsteps were loud and heavy as he sauntered away from me, back into my apartment. I couldn't sit upright. My body was still paralyzed as I gasped for air. I looked up through blurred, teary vision and saw his shadow creeping back toward me. I arched my neck backward so I could peer behind me. A cloud of pitch-black darkness quickly washed over me. I faintly heard him growling.
1, 2.
I felt myself slip from consciousness. Flashing lights. Bright, flashing lights. My head pounded and the deafening ring in my ears began to subside as I finally came to. Whoa, take it easy. Just lay still and try not to take it too fast, came a voice that I didn't recognize. What? Where am I? I asked. You're laying outside your front door. We heard screams and loud banging. It woke us up and we came over to see if you were okay. How did you end up out here? Is everything all right? As my vision finally focused, I recognized the voice talking to me. My neighbors were standing over me with flashlights. A look of fear and concern stamped their faces. Is he gone? Did you see him? I said as I slowly sat up and held my throbbing head. See who? There's no one here but you. You're soaking wet and it's freezing out here. Do you need to go to the hospital? My neighbors asked. The tall, pale man with red eyes, he was just here, I grunted. The feeling in my body came rushing back as I began moving my legs to stand up. Tall man with red eyes? What are you talking about? There's no one here but you and us. Are you sure you're okay? Maybe we should call the police. No, I'm fine. I must have hit my head a little too hard. I'll be okay. Thank you for coming over and checking on me. I'll take it from here. The neighbors helped me to my feet, and I told them goodnight as they ushered me back into my apartment. I turned the lights on and saw wet streaks along the floor that trailed through the hallway. I limped back to my bedroom and noticed the bedding crumpled on the floor. I plucked the pillows and blankets from the floor and made my bed. I sat on the edge of my bed trying to recollect what happened. My head was throbbing so bad, all I wanted to do was get some rest. I lay down and instantly slipped back into slumber. As I awoke the next morning, a sharp pain shot through my back. What in the hell happened last night? I felt like I had been beaten down with a sack of bricks. I shook the fogginess from my head and started my day. That evening, when I returned home, I took one of my trazodone so that I could get a peaceful night's rest. The sleep drug rapidly set in and I finally drifted off. Sometime during the night, I rolled over onto my back. I felt an ice-cold breeze sweep over me. My eyes shot open to an eerie, pitch-black darkness. I began to panic. From the foot of my bed, I heard a deep, sinister voice snarl.
Would you like to leave?
I looked into my bathroom, terrified to see one dead body in it. I could have sworn there was 2 yesterday. Scary Halloween Night by Anonymoose, narrated by Silver Underworld, with a few special guests from the Underworld.
This story takes place in 2015. When I was a freshman in high school, I lived in a middle-class neighborhood with some friends that live here as well. I have one friend that lives in a high-life society in a neighborhood near mine. It's weird how there's $2 million houses nearby $200,000 homes. Anyways, my name is Jorge, and my friends' names are Ryan and Chris. Chris is the one that lives in the high-life society. It's nighttime on October 30. We were all in a group text talking about what we should do on Halloween night. I recently checked my phone for this story, so here's what we basically said.
Guys, I have an idea. Let's go in the woods.
Yo, fuck that. I bet I'm gonna see some creepy kids wearing costumes roaming around.
Oh, don't be scared. I'll protect you.
Fuck you, Chris.
Okay, how about we just build a campfire and just chill in the woods?
How about we go drink in the woods?
Where are we gonna get beer?
My dad has like 2 cans of Modelo. I can let you guys have at it.
Nah, fuck that noise. I'll get us some beer.
How?
My dad is having this stupid Halloween party, and he has a shit ton of beer. I'll get some and meet you 2 at the entrance of the forest. You know, where we always meet.
Okay, nice.
We made plans to avoid all the Halloween trick-or-treat kids and their bullshit excuse of Halloween decorations. We agreed on getting beer and meeting up at the entrance of the woods. Next day comes, and it's Halloween. It's also a Saturday, and the skies were clear for once. My rich friend Chris's dad is having a Halloween party, and his job is to steal his dad's beer. As the uneventful day goes by, it's now 9 p.m. And from what Chris told me, was that his dad's friends were all loud and buzzed pretty early from shots and other drinks. So, they didn't even notice him stealing 2 packs of beer bottles.
They didn't even notice me. Kind of pathetic if you ask me.
Nice! Jorge and I are at the woods entrance. Ryan and I were just waiting until we got a text from Chris saying that someone was following him.
Dude, I'm getting weirded out. Some fucking kid is just staring in my direction.
Should we scare him off?
No, he's wearing that Michael Myers costume and his knife gave off this shiny glow, so I think he has a weapon. Once I make this turn, I'm gonna make a run for it.
Dude, we can come find you.
Dude, message us back. Okay, we are going to find you. Just run towards the road.
I didn't get a response back from Chris, and we heard something move in the woods behind us. We were nervous, but we stayed quiet. After 30 seconds, Chris emerged from the woods, scaring us. Chris laughs. Ryan and I pretty much told Chris where he can shove it, but admittedly, we all thought it was a good prank. We continued to walk down the path and we started to open the beer bottles. We were all in our 15, 16 age, and let me tell you, it was the most disgusting bottle I've ever tasted. I'm much older now, but I didn't understand back then how people can drink it. Anyways, Chris continued drinking as it was his family's favorite. We found our favorite hangout spot, and there was our used campfire pit and tree logs for chairs. This site has been here for years, and other local kids enjoy coming here to hide from parents. After talking about how Chris really dislikes his parents from neglecting him from work and friends, Ryan thought of an idea that was better than just an empty fire pit. Yo, I just remembered, there's this supposed haunted cabin near here. If we walk down this old path, we can be there in like 10 minutes.
Nah, I'm good. Plus you were saying some kid was following you, so that kind of messed up my horror mood.
Oh, come on, Jorge. It'll make me feel a lot better if you come.
Freaking hate you both. Fine. We can go, but I'm leaving if anything shady happens.
Ryan took lead for us. After walking at the distance that Ryan said before, we see it. It was a cabin all by itself in the woods. It's what you would normally see during a pilgrimage. Ryan told us that he and his brother used to go inside there, and it still has some broken furniture and a small basement. We got closer, and for a moment, Ryan stopped walking. We questioned him, and he pointed out the window. After looking at the direction where Ryan's finger was pointing, we see it. It was a small light, like from a small flame. The luminous light flickers like a candle. I said quietly, I think there's someone in there. Ryan and I suggested leaving, but Chris said that he could take a peek at the window. So, we all took a look inside, and what we saw was not what we expected. We saw two gothic girls looking at a book and playing on a Ouija board. Our worries were slightly going away because we all knew these two girls. They live in the same neighborhood as us, and we take the same bus to school. We didn't really talk to them, but our relationship is okay to say the least. Ryan knocked on the window, and the girls quickly turned their heads. We didn't hide, and they saw us. They were startled at first, but they quickly recognized us, and one of the girls opened the front door. The two girls were named Ashley and Cam. Chris always had a crush on Ashley, so right away, he told them what we were doing. I didn't mind it. It was just out of character for Chris to behave like this around a girl. Cam invited us all in, and they both admit what they were trying to do. They were trying to contact the spirits in the cabin. They told us that so far, they didn't get any response, but the girls asked us if we'd like to join. Chris of course said yes, but Ryan and I didn't like Ouija boards, but we stayed, but kept our distance. They lit more candles, and laid them out to make a circle. Chris, Ashley, and Cam placed their hands on the planchette and started humming and asking questions.
Is there anyone here? Show yourself. Give us a sign if you're here with us.
Wow, this is scary and cool. Are we alone?
Suddenly, the planchette started to move to the word no. The cliche questions started to move around.
I swear I didn't move it. Was it you?
I know you didn't. It wasn't me, so I think we made contact.
Ryan and I gave each other a weird side glance. As the group continued their demonic questions, I noticed something at the window. It was a quick motion, like what everyone sees when they see a shadow moving from their peripheral vision. But I was certain this wasn't the case. I asked Ryan to come check out the window with me, and at that moment, we didn't see anything. As we were looking at the window, the girls asked the Ouija board, and this was the moment where I started to pay attention.
Are you here to hurt us?
The planchette moves. Ryan and I looked as well. The planchette moves slowly, and our hearts started to beat fast. With a long anticipation, the planchette moves over the word no. We all gave a sigh of relief, but the planchette moved again on its own and spelled O-U-T-S-I-D-E. Outside. The Ouija board group were confused, but Ryan and I gave a worried look at each other. I turned around, and I just saw some person wearing a Michael Myers outfit. Ryan and I screamed. We backed up and the others focused on what we were looking at. Chris shouted,
"That's the fucking kid that was following me earlier!"
Ryan and I realized that Chris wasn't joking, so we shouted at the thin window loudly.
You got us. Is it okay if you just leave? You're scaring our friends and we're about to leave.
Michael Myers, or whatever this kid's name is, just stared at us. We were all confused and weirded out. And Ryan shouts in aggression, "Okay, dude, you're starting to weird us out. If you don't leave, we will kick your fucking ass. Now piss off!" Michael Myers wasn't fazed until he lifted his hand and showed us a knife. The girls got nervous, but Ryan was quick to say, "Yo, what the? The knife is real!" Ashley got up and tried to leave the back door, but the door wasn't opening. I quickly joined and tried to push the sudden stuck door. Chris looked out the window and noticed something and said,
"There's a chair against the door. The fucker's either trying to scare us or he's actually gonna do something."
Everyone was at the door trying to break it with their feet and shoulders, but suddenly, we all heard a window shatter. Michael is trying to enter the cabin. Cam got scared, so she ran downstairs in the dark basement. Ashley screamed at Cam to come back, but Ashley followed downstairs as well. Not surprised, Chris followed too, so of course, Ryan and I had to join in. There wasn't a light switch, so we all walked in the empty concrete basement. I couldn't see anything, but I looked around and felt something large, cube, and metallic. It felt like a washer or dryer. So I right away whispered to someone to grab a weapon. Voices from all directions was all I heard. Loud shuffling footsteps. Ryan told everyone to stop moving so much. Suddenly, heard loud footsteps walking down the wooden stairs. Each step sounded like work heavy boots. Michael Myers reached at the bottom of the stairs. We can only see him because the window from upstairs is shining the moonlight perfectly on him. He's just standing there with that fucking mask and knife in his right hand. It was just pure silence. I could hear Michael breathing, like he's enjoying all of this. Cam couldn't control herself, so she started to cry with heavy breathing. Michael turned his head fast like a spider and lifted his knife near his head, just like in the movies, and walked at a fast pace towards Cam. The girls screamed, and I saw Chris through the moonlight with an iron pan hitting Michael in the head. We all heard a teenager screaming from the Michael Myers costume, and heard the metallic knife falling on the concrete floor, and so did the mysterious person. We all didn't hesitate, and just ran upstairs. Chris was the last to go up, but before he did, he threw the pan, and the kid was making that screaming again from the impact. The girls were picking up the book and Ouija board, and Chris said just leave the candles behind. I remember all of us running through the moonlight woods and trying to get to the main road. After the woods punished us with cuts, scrapes, and hard falls, we finally made it to the road. We all breathed in exhaustion After recovering, I told everyone to just return back home. Ryan and I were kind of neighbors, so we stuck together while Chris volunteered to take the girls home. After 20 long minutes of walking, I made it home. Then I sent everyone a wellness check-in. Everyone texted back saying that they were okay. After laying on my bed, with a sigh of relief, I finally slept. I woke up in the next morning with a text from Chris.
Dude, my dad said he found the fucking candles in my front door.
What the fuck? This kid is relentless. Did he get a chance to know who it is?
No, but his voice sounded familiar. It sounded like those 8th graders.
Nothing else happened that night. Chris is still watching his back after the candle incident, but is now dating Ashley. Cam and Ryan became good friends, but I'm just the 5th wheel in the group now. But we're all still friends to this day. We hang out every other weekend and always bring up this night. There's still a part of me wondering who the hell that dude was in the Michael Myers costume. I guess we will never know.
My friend has always bragged that he was highly skilled at lucid dreaming. So when he stood teetering on the cliff ledge and calmly assured me that he knew this was all a dream, none of my desperate pleas could convince him not to jump.
I don't celebrate Halloween anymore. Story by you/Bornbeach.
Narrated by Miss Creepy Tales.
Halloween, Halloween, Halloween. What a time of year, ain't it? I still remember my first Halloween. My first real Halloween, mind you. Not the manufactured bullshit that they shovel down our throats year after year. I'm talking about All Hallows Eve. I'm talking about Samhain. I'm talking about the one night of the year when monsters walk the earth. I was 11 years young when I first experienced the horror of Halloween. I'd been out with a friend, roaming the streets with bags full of wrappers and stomachs full of candy. We'd been out looking for some fun, some excitement. See, once you reach a certain age, plain old trick-or-treating doesn't really do it anymore. No, you need something special, something terrifying. I think that's why we took a stroll down Blackbriar Lane. And I think that's why we went looking for the decrepit one in all his wicked glory. And I think that's why I watched somebody die. But am I getting ahead of myself, aren't I? Yes, I suppose that I am. So let's rewind, backtrack, allow me to set the scene. It's October 31st and the night air is crisp. The leaves are red and gold and the neighborhood is lit up in jack-o'-lanterns and full moons. There's mischief in the air. There's murder. Earlier that week, a kid dies. They find his body floating down the river like he's out for a swim. Except, he's fully dressed and missing his head. You ever try to identify a body without a head? Without teeth? Well, apparently it's easy. See, little Greggy Hall had a nice mom, the sort that most of us can only dream of having. And the lovely lady went ahead and stitched his name right onto the side of his jacket. And just like that, we knew who was dead. Open and shut, case closed. But what was he doing dead, without his head, floating down the river, when he should have been in bed? Was it a prank gone wrong? Maybe the poor kid slipped walking across the trestle. Or maybe, just maybe, somebody sick and twisted was out for blood, and the innocent little Greggy was too good a target to pass up. Who could say? Truth is, nobody had a clue. Not the sheriff, not his mother, not a single soul in town could have told you how little Greggy came to find himself so waterlogged and pale. But here's the thing about secrets. None of them last forever. This one didn't even last the week. It was me and Andy who figured it out late on Halloween night. We took the turn down Blackbriar Lane because that was the way you made it into Shelton Wood, and that was the place they'd found Greggy Hall's decapitated corpse. And before I go any further, I want you to know that I don't mean Greggy any disrespect. He was a good kid, a kind kid. But that night though, in the heart of October, he had become so much more than that. He'd become a legend, a ghost story come to life. That night, Greggy Hall became the reason that I don't celebrate Halloween. And that night, I crossed Blackbriar Bridge with Andy Delton, and together, the two of us walked into Shelton Wood. The trees there are like nowhere else. They're thick, almost so thick that they press in on each other like blades of grass, smothering for space. And once you step beneath the Shelton canopy, it really doesn't matter if the moon is crescent or full as the sun, you're not going to see a damn thing. It's dark in there, desperately so. We used our flashlights to navigate, doing our best not to tear our costumes on their branches as we passed by. My mother had spent all month sewing my Dracula outfit, and Andy had saved up half a year's allowance for his Spider-Man getup. We weren't about to walk out of there full of rips and holes. No way. But we had work to do. See, Andy and I knew something about Shelton that not the sheriff or Gregory's mother or even the pastor knew. We knew that Gregory Hall had been talking about hearing voices in the woods on the way home from school. We knew he'd said he saw something watching him from the trees. We knew all of this because his sister, Sally, was in our grade, and she'd told us about how religious their mother was, how fanatical. She told us her mother once convinced the pastor to drag Sally into the woods and then perform an exorcism on her. She told us she thought her mother's paranoia was starting to wear off on poor little Greggy. So when Greggy started talking about hearing voices, seeing things, we thought it was just nonsense, make-believe. After all, he wasn't describing seeing a man, woman, or animal in the trees. He was describing something, a monster. He was describing seeing a nightmare come to life, and even out here, in this little slice of nowhere on the edge of the map, we knew that monsters weren't real. Or, we thought we did. But then pop goes little Greggy's head, and the next thing you know, we are fast believers. So fast, in fact, that we brought the news straight to the police. Guess what happened then? They chucked our statements into a drawer and told us that they'd looked into it. At first the damn pastor wants to ban access to Shelton Wood, and now the kids are saying it's haunted. We heard them laughing all the way up until the door closed behind us. The town is full of nut jobs. No, it was up to us. We thought about inviting Greggy's sister along, but we knew she wanted time alone, time to mourn her brother, and that was fine by us. This whole thing, this little investigation of ours, was just a scouting mission anyway. We weren't expecting to encounter the creature that stalked Gregory Hall from the trees. We weren't expecting to fight for our lives. But then, these things so rarely go according to plan. We spent an hour roaming Shelton before we realized that we were lost. We'd been trying to follow the river, but at one point, Andy swore he heard muttering coming from over the hill, and so the two of us clambered up it to investigate, and all we found there were old pine trees and empty dark. We turned around to circle back, but the river was gone. It vanished. We did our best to retrace our steps. We even followed our noses, hoping we could smell the stink of the town sewage that ran into the river. But it was no use. The river was lost and so were we. We walked for 10, maybe 15 minutes before the sounds of the forest died, the shifting of branches, the pitter-patter of rodents darting across the dirt, the buzz of mosquitoes, and even the trill of crickets, all turned to silence. It was like somebody had hit the switch on a stereo. Instant quiet. Andy and I stopped to listen, to observe, and we saw something shift in the trees. A large figure, maybe twice the size of a man, with round white eyes and a long, twisting neck, was perched above us on a thick branch. It clicked at us. At first, we thought it was speaking, trying to communicate. But then we realized the clicking wasn't coming from its face. It was coming from its hands. Its fingers, long and crooked, seemed to splinter into separate appendages. On either one of its hands were fans of hundreds of fingers, each gripping the tree branch, while their nails picked away at the bark beneath. That picking was making the clicking sounds its fingers were. Andy tried to speak to it. He tried to ask what it was doing here, to ask whether or not it was the thing that had killed poor little Greggy Hall. As though there were any doubt in our minds. But at that moment, the monster's fingers gripped the branch with such force that the entire thing snapped in two. The creature began plummeting to the earth like a giant, and I thought maybe our work would be done and gravity would put an end to it. But it let loose a shrill shriek and flapped its many-fingered hands like wings and pressed itself up into the air. It shrieked again, and its eyes, once wide and round, became an acid painting of colors, horrible and bright and anguishing. There weren't any reds or purples or greens. There were only the colors of blood, of bruises, of bile. It screeched again and then swooped towards us. My heart thundered as I threw myself to the ground. But the thing is, whatever it was, caught Andy in its grip. It caught him by his head in 2 feet that resembled human jaws more than anything else. They were covered in white teeth, and it was at that moment that I knew I would never see my friend again. And I think he knew too. Andy shook and hollered, he screamed and shouted, but all of it was only for the span of 6 seconds, because not a moment later, the thing clenched its jaws, its feet, and Andy's head split open like a jack-o'-lantern, his insides splattering me like a water balloon. I had to go. I turned, running full tilt from this thing. I didn't know where I was running. I didn't even know if I could reasonably run anywhere that this monster couldn't reach me. But I knew that I had to try. I had to. Because if I didn't then, I would end up just like Andy. Just like Greggy. And as my feet pounded the earth, my heart pounded my chest, and I ripped off my Dracula cloak, terrified of it tripping me up on an errant rock, and I doubled over as my lungs burned. I've never run so hard in my life, never so fast, and it wasn't enough. Not even close. With a beat of its finger wings, the beast crashed down in front of me. It towered above me, standing over 9 feet tall with its terrible technicolor eyes swirling like promises of violence. "Looking for me?" It uttered, in such a low, broken voice that I almost missed it. "You killed Greggy," I said. It seemed a stupid, obvious thing to say after watching my best friend's head crack open like an egg yolk, but it was all I could manage. And at that moment, I was so shocked, so traumatized, that I reverted to our hypothesis, our mission. "Yes," the thing said. It rose up and now I could see it clearer. Beneath the faint scraps of moonlight that pierced the veil of leaves, I bore witness to a monster with saucer-shaped eyes, a set of long arms ending in legions of decrepit fingers, and 2 legs that each hosted a mouth where there should have been feet. It stepped toward me, walking on its teeth. "Who are you?" I asked, swallowing. "Are you him? The decrepit one?" It took a breath, a long, harsh breath that sounded like it might have gurgled razor blades in its lungs. And when it spoke, it breathed cold air onto me. "I am you." It took another tooth-filled step, and I staggered backwards. My world spun, but I wasn't sure if that was because of my fear, or my grief at losing Andy, or the awful kaleidoscope of horror playing out in its swirling eyes. "What does that mean?" It didn't respond. It reached a hand out toward me, and its eyes rolled faster and faster, like a blender of madness, and its teeth snapping as it took its next steps. "Pelere!" shouted a voice. The monster recoiled, its long neck twisted like a snake as its eyes blinked and faded like a television reception, dying in the storm. It curled into a ball, wrapping itself with its hundreds of fingers before disappearing into a gust of dead leaves. I took a breath. Above, the moon seemed to glow a little brighter, and beside me, the sound of the river returned. Crickets filled the night, and the wind whistled in my ears. It was as though the world had come back into focus and that I'd been pulled out of a dream, all because of... "Hello?" I said, wheeling about. There'd been a voice, a loud one, that was commanding and full of authority and speaking a language that I didn't understand. But where was... Oh, there he was, down by the river. "You all right, son?" the pastor asked. I shook my head and said, "No, my friend's dead, and..." "Yes, I see what's left of him on your shirt." The pastor paused, looking me over. "What made you go looking for that creature?" "It killed Gregory Hall," I sputtered. "We wanted proof." "No such thing. Not when it comes to the decrepit one. It's closer to a thought than a being of flesh and blood. You can't take pictures of it, can't record audio. Believe me, I've tried. It feeds off of fear. It feeds off of people like your friend, like you, who go looking for nightmares in all the right places. If it gets stronger enough, we lose." He must have registered the confusion on my face. "By which I mean that we die. This town, you and me, your mother and father and sisters and brothers, all of us will fall into its deadly reverie. And poof, off goes our heads." "How do we stop it?" "We don't. Or at least you don't. I do. I brought it here after all. So it only makes sense that I should be the one to risk getting rid of it." "You brought it here?" "Yes. When I performed the exorcism on Sally Hall, it had been living in her, see? Hiding. Her mother noticed it, bless her heart, and she requested that I remove the being from her daughter. But it was powerful, too powerful for me to destroy, and so instead, I had to compromise, think quickly. I swallowed, the pieces beginning to line up in my head. You had to chain it here, didn't you? To this forest? The pastor nodded and said, "It was all that I could do." He sighed, put an arm around my shoulders and told me that he would walk me home. He explained that after what happened to Gregory, he had been petitioning the mayor to block access to Shelton Wood out of respect, to have it marked as a burial ground, a memorial. He told me that there had been some pushback at that time. Folks didn't want to sacrifice a slice of forest for a single dead kid. But now that the same fate had befallen Andy, he counted on the mayor changing his tune. And by the next week, the mayor had. The section of Shelton was closed off to everybody but investigators. And soon enough, even they quit coming through. It became a dead zone, a piece of the map that didn't exist anymore. Far as anybody was concerned, the simple fact was there were too many bad memories, too many reminders of the horror that had taken place there. It's been years now, and I no longer celebrate Halloween. I can't. It reminds me of Andy, of little Greggy, and of the decrepit one with all its fingers. For a while there, I thought I'd actually moved past all of this, left it behind me. But then tonight, I saw something from my window that sent my blood cold. Amidst the shifting clouds of the black Halloween sky, framed in the light of the moon, was a large bird. A bird with 1,000 fingers on either hand and feet lined with teeth. A bird flying away from Shelton Wood. A bird flying to town.
Every morning I would see the scarecrow in a new position. It wasn't until they started finding torn patches of burlap at grisly murder scenes that I started to get worried. And with that, we're near the end of this video. As always, I would like to thank the writers who lent us their stories, and the narrators who helped me bring all these stories to life. Halloween week was a lot of fun with a lot of collabs. Not a single day was I alone, if you noticed. If there was a narrator you enjoyed, well, down below will be links to all of them. If you can't tell, I'm a little under the weather this week. I wanted to do creepy Reddit stories for you, but I just really didn't have the voice for a lot of the days. It's getting better, but it's just not there yet. So I'm going to do next week creepy encounters, and then we're going to do another horror story, which is going to be another collab with other narrators again. Now, if you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and make sure it feels it. If you're new, please subscribe and turn that pretty little bell to all notifications. Another great way to help is to share this channel/podcast with anyone who might enjoy it. If you'd like to help in other ways, I do have Patreon and memberships for $1 a month. You get early access to all these videos. And of course, I have merch and PayPal. All the links are down below. And you can always find all this on my website, which is on screen and down below as well. Last but never least, I would love a comment, but we'll do Sunday Word again next week, just because these compilations go for so long. The funny thing is, you can really tell that I record these intros and outros every single week, because it's super easy to hear when I'm sick. But as always guys, thank you for watching and listening. It really means the world to me. And sleep tight, and don't let 42 bite.